These are the jobs you may not see every day, but just know we're working hard to make Hillsborough County a better place to live, work, and play. Subscribe to our YouTube page for more great county-related videos, only on HTV.
Your wait time is 3 hours and 30 minutes.
It's okay, Dad. It's just not your day.
I know.
No, I mean it's not your watering day.
Oh, right.
Look!
Sometimes it's just not your day. Hillsborough County limits lawn and landscape watering to specific days in order to preserve year-round conservation. To find out your watering days, just visit hcflgov.net/water restrictions and enter your address.
Oh man, here comes Arnie again. Check this out.
What's up, Arnie? What are you doing? You made a mess in my hallway.
Hey, Arnie. Looks like you could use a hand. Let me help you.
You don't need superpowers to be a hero. Help make Hillsborough bully-free.
Flossing in the morning is a really great way to keep your teeth healthy and start the day. But when you're through, here's what you do. Throw it in the trash, don't flush it. There's a problem lots of people don't know, called sanitary sewer overflow. A condition buried deep in the ground, inside a pipe where bad clogs are found. It's a problem we can all help solve, so throw it in the trash, don't flush it. Baby wipes, bandages, cotton pads, paper towels, dental floss, clog up bad. Medicines, kitty litter, cotton swabs, hair. Throw them in the trash, don't flush it. It just takes a second to do the right thing, so toss it and let's keep our pipes clean. Throw it in the trash, don't flush it. If it's not toilet paper, don't flush it. Even if it says you can, don't flush it. If you're having any doubts, don't flush it. One more time, don't flush it.
Good morning. We're back after a little time off here, and we will call the Board of County Commissioners to order. Clerk, I don't think we do need to call the roll. We have everyone, or do we need to call the roll? Yes, sorry. No? Okay. So first we're going to have our pledge and invocation by our chaplain, Commissioner Stacy White. Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll ask that everyone please stand for the pledge followed by the invocation. Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Heavenly Father, as we begin to put this summer season behind us and begin the hard work ahead as we approach the fall and this busy time of year for the county, I pray that you will guide our staff and this board and our stakeholders as we make important decisions. As always, I pray for our first responders and members of our armed forces. We're thankful that we've been able to help out with the Surfside tragedy, and just pray that all of those first responders are watched over by you and that you'll keep them safe. I ask for all of these blessings in your heavenly name. Amen.
And with that, thank you. And we'll present 3 recognitions today. The recipients are joining the meeting virtually, and Vice Chair Overman will present the first recognition.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. Is Candy Lowe, the founder and operator of the Black Business Tour, with us today? I'm not able to see the screen and the login to see if they're available.
Yes, she is.
She is. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Lowe, for joining us. I appreciate that. Thank you and welcome, everyone. Independent Retailer Month is a shop local event that runs throughout July every year. This special observation encourages consumers to shop at independent retailers. It highlights the positive social and economic impacts that these businesses have on local, nationally, and globally. Independent retailers are the backbone of our community, and their contributions go far beyond mere economics. Through the services and jobs they provide, their sponsorships and volunteerism for community events and charities, local retailers enrich the fabric of our communities, strengthen them, and making them more cohesive as well as vibrant. To support local independent retailers, you first have to know who they are and where they are. Ms. Lowe's nonprofit organization is key to this effort in Hillsborough County. The Black Business Bus Tour has been providing tours of independent Black-owned businesses for 15 years. She and her army of volunteers coordinate networking opportunities, events, and other assistance to help these businesses thrive and grow. Her efforts help shine a bright light on Independent Retailer Month and on the local businesses that need our support. Now, I have the pleasure of reading the following proclamation. It reads, whereas July is Independent Retailer Month, a month-long celebration to celebrate local small businesses, and whereas, according to the United States Census Bureau and the Small Business Administration, independent retailers employ approximately 51% of the U.S. workforce, excluding non-farm workers, and often supply products and provide services normally not found in large stores. And whereas many owners and operators work long hours dedicated to the success of their businesses, oftentimes creating a legacy for their family, they bring unique goods to the market while keeping tax dollars at home supporting the towns, cities, and counties in which they live. And whereas independent retailers support their communities by offering flexible employment, both full and part-time, and sponsor local events, school sports, and many local nonprofit organizations. And whereas the time is ideal to celebrate small independent retailers reclaiming their status as a major competitive force and serving as crucial components of thriving communities. And whereas one such organization instrumental in this effort in Hillsborough County is the Black Business Bus Tour, a nonprofit that has focused on showcasing and supporting various Black-owned independent businesses since its inception in 2006, and celebrated their 15th anniversary in June of 2021. And whereas founded and operated by Candy Lowe, the Black Business Bus Tour hosts multiple tours and events a year to raise awareness of Black businesses in the Tampa area, spur economic development, and develop commerce and networking opportunities for Black business owners, even operating socially distanced tours during the COVID-19 pandemic to help participating businesses thrive. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commission of Hillsborough County, Florida, does hereby declare July 2021 as Independent Retailer Month in Hillsborough County, and urges all residents to support their independent retailers for all that they do for our local economy and families by providing products, services, and employment. Executed this 14th day of July 2021, signed by all 7 commissioners. Hooray. Ms. Lowe, would you like to say a few words?
Yes, thank you so much, Kim, and all of the county commissioners. And the majority of you all have been on the Black Business Bus Tour, and I want to believe that I think everyone has supported the Black Business Bus Tour here in the city of Tampa, and I am humble and very honored to receive the proclamation this morning from our county commissioners that do so much for our city and keeping us together here in the city of Tampa, bringing awareness to the Black-owned businesses for 15 years here in the city. I want to say Tampa may be leading the country in supporting Black-owned businesses. I want to also say thank you to the team that we have that is so solid, making sure that we stay together and bringing awareness to the small businesses here in the city has been unbelievable. Circulating the dollars and making sure that those small businesses that are Black-owned receive those dollars and bringing awareness. It's never have been about just that day. It's about next week and a month later and telling someone about small Black-owned businesses. And again, thank you so much, Kim Oberman and all of the county commissioners that have given us the proclamation, the Black Business Bus Tour, the team here in the city of Tampa. Thank you.
Oh, well, thank you very, very much. And I tell you, I have enjoyed the Black Business Tour. When I have had an opportunity to go, I have consistently spent more money than I probably should have. However, it's been a great pleasure to have an opportunity to celebrate the businesses that have participated and benefited from your tour. And with that, I'd like to invite any other commissioners who'd like to comment. Thank you.
Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you. And Ms. Lowe, congratulations on 15 years of running the Black Business Bus Tour. That is quite an accomplishment. Our small, locally owned businesses are the backbone of our economy because they keep their profits right here in our community. So I'm glad to see us celebrating Independent Retailer Month and give us a chance to appreciate the difference between our locally owned businesses. Only 14% of money spent at chain retailers stays in the local economy compared to 48% of money spent at independent businesses. Through operations, jobs, and community initiatives, the money spent at local businesses stays in the local economy. And while 86% of the money spent at chain retailers leaves the community in the overnight bank deposit bag, it leaves the state in many cases. So I'm glad to be supporting our locally owned independent businesses today and the Black Business Bus Tour and their help in that effort. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Cohen, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. And Candy, congratulations on the 15 years, a great milestone. You know, the Black Business Bus Tour, in addition to being a lot of fun, it really is a great way to learn about places that you can buy things that you might otherwise buy on the internet. And on a couple of occasions I can think of, you know, it makes all the difference in the world to pay the taxes here locally. We're going to be considering the county administrator's proposed budget starting today. It is directly affected by the taxes that we collect in this community. And when you go out and you make an effort to purchase in this community, not only what Commissioner Smith said, does it go back into the economy, but it comes right here to our coffers for things like improving sidewalks and building fire stations and doing all of the really important work that government does. So I want to thank Candy again and congratulate her and really encourage people to think about where you are spending your money, because the statement you make as a consumer ripples throughout our economy and throughout the work that we do here. Thank you.
Commissioner Myers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Candy, thank you for all that you do. You continue to show our community the various nonprofits of the Black businesses here in Tampa. And on second and fourth Saturdays, you've taken it another step as hosting at Al's Finger Looking Good, where the community comes together. And this is another way to let people know we have a Black business where they can come and eat on the weekends or starting on Tuesday. So your business bus tour has been very impactful to our community, and all that have been said, I do agree with that, and just thank you and continue another 15 plus years to serve our community. Thank you.
Commissioner Overman.
Thank you, and I'll just wrap up by saying not only, Candy, congratulations, as well as the businesses that you brought with us today, but I also want to put a shout out to our independent retailers and businesses that were so instrumental in helping us fight COVID. Those businesses that signed up for Safe and Sound, to do safe and sound practices, to make sure that their customers as well as their employees were safe during the height of the COVID period, were the backbone of our success in fighting a pandemic. So with all of that, I'd love to say thank you very much for all of you that have done a great job of helping us get our economy going. And I just want to say how much I appreciate being the partnership that we have with you. Thanks.
Thank you. And I just want to speak out for independent retailers in the area. I mean, I think they are what makes an area vibrant and interesting and different. And any time that I can make a purchase from an independent retailer, from someone who has set up their own business in the community, it just makes, you know, I'll search that out and take the hours that might be not as quite as convenient or whatever I can do to make sure that I find that independent retailer that sells that. So it's always a great thing, and as everybody said, brings community, brings money back in the community, but also builds this community and makes it the place it is. And it is great, especially I think during COVID, to have, I'm so glad that the county actually did so much to make sure that the independent bars and restaurants and venues were able to make it through, and it seems like we have made it done pretty well by that. So I look forward to another a vibrant year of great business in Hillsborough County. And with that, I'll present the next recognition is Justin Stark, co-chair of the Hillsborough County Alliance for Citizens and Disabilities, here today.
Yes, I'm on.
Great. Since it was signed into law 31 years ago, the Americans with Disabilities Act has played a significant role in raising awareness and establishing a comprehensive national mandate for eliminating discrimination against individuals with disabilities. This legislation is vital to our community, state, and nation. It encourages all of us to celebrate one another's contributions and gifts, in addition to learning about universal design, accommodations, and accessibility, to dispel the myths and apprehension of different abilities. And the ADA inspires us to share our spaces in order to enhance the lives of those who face these challenges every day. It's my pleasure to present this proclamation to Mr. Stark and all those of Hillsborough County in honor of all the people who live with their disabilities as victors, never as victims. And it reads, whereas July 26, 2021 marks the 31st anniversary of the Americans with Disability Act, landmark legislation that was passed to ensure people with disabilities have the same civil rights and opportunities as those who don't have disabilities. And whereas the principles of the Act foster equality and inclusion for all people with disabilities by reducing barriers, by changing perceptions, and increasing full participation in community life. And whereas the law prohibits discrimination against individuals with disabilities in all areas of public life, including jobs, schools, transportation, and all public and private places that are open to the community, and whereas the Americans for Disability Act mandates reasonable accommodations for people with disabilities, providing that everyone has full access to services, resources, and facilities. And whereas the Hillsborough County Alliance for Citizens with Disabilities enhances local compliance with the Americans with Disability Act, raises awareness about the equity of people, and advocates on behalf of people with disabilities. And whereas the 31st anniversary of the passage of the Americans with Disability Act is celebrated with the theme of Thanks to the ADA, which recognizes the contributions of people with disabilities and enhances the daily lives of all residents and visitors throughout Hillsborough County for full inclusion and participation. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners of Hillsborough County, Florida, does hereby declare July 26, 2021 as Americans with Disabilities Act 31st Anniversary Awareness Day in Hillsborough County, and urges all residents and visitors to celebrate the 31st anniversary of the passage of the law by reaffirming their commitment to its principles and by supporting equality and inclusion for all people with disabilities. Executed this 14th day of July 2021 and signed by all 7 commissioners. And is Justin Stark, would you like to say a few words?
Sure, thank you. I'm, as somebody with a disability and representing, obviously, the Alliance for Citizens with Disabilities, I'm very fortunate to have not remembered a world prior to the ADA. And I can't imagine how difficult life must have been. So in 31 years, we've made a lot of progress, and I really, as a community and a country, I definitely want to see us continue to create that equal access, especially, in those key areas, transportation, housing, employment, recreation, things like that. So, Hillsborough County does a tremendous job, at providing that for us, and we're very appreciative. And I just want to thank the Commission for recognizing this moment every year, and for being a great partner with our alliance, and for all of you guys. I realize this is just one day that we recognize it, but you guys are tireless champions and advocates the remaining 364 days a year, for us. So I just want to say thank you and appreciate it.
Thank you. And we have a few commissioners that like to speak to this. Commissioner Overman, you recognize.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Justin, for everything that you do. I truly appreciate the county's commitment to addressing issues of, for individuals with disabilities to make sure that they're considered and able to be included. I think one of our greatest recent efforts was the Yes I Can park that was recently had a ribbon cutting at All People's Life Center. I took my grandson there this past Saturday. We had an absolute blast. But what was really terrific about that park, it makes sure that an individual with any ability has the ability to truly enjoy the recreation that we do. Our commitment to this year's equity profile will create a lens of making sure that our policies are taking into consideration people with any ability, all abilities, and disabilities. And I pray that we're able to be successful in that effort, but I want to assure you and those with disabilities that our efforts in making sure that we adopt policies and procedures as well as other ways that we interface with citizens as a government entity, that we're committed to making a difference in your lives. And I'm going to stop there. Thank you.
Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Yes, and I just have to say, Justin, it's great to see you here today. It is perfectly appropriate that Justin Stark is in here today with us as we issue this proclamation, not only as the co-chair of the Hillsborough County Alliance for Citizens with Disabilities, but also as the director of the Florida Spinal Cord Injury Resource Center, which is a terrific asset for the disabled community right here at Tampa General Hospital. And Justin Stark is a great community asset himself, giving peer counseling as a member of the disabled community to others, to the newly injured, to people facing the challenges of living with a disability and wondering how the ADA really works and operates, giving counseling to those people and their families for over 20 years. Justin is an elite athlete on the Tampa General's wheelchair rugby team and a longtime organizer of the International Wheelchair Rugby Tournament that has been held in Tampa annually for decades. But one of the main objectives of the Resource Center at Tampa General is to inform people about the ADA. And Justin Stark is an expert in all things ADA. And so I'm glad that we have this opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to working together with the disabled and making sure that the ADA is carried out to the nth degree in our county as we provide infrastructure and safe and complete streets, and we consider, you know, things all the way down to sidewalks that end up with an electrical pole in the middle of them and become an obstacle. So I just want to add to Commissioner Overman's assurances to the disabled community that we are constantly trying to improve our compliance with the and making things accessible in this community beyond what's required by the letter of the law. So thank you.
Thank you. And our final recognition will be presented by Commissioner Hagan. Commissioner?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to once again present this proclamation recognizing July 2021 as Parks and Recreation Month. I believe we have with us this morning Parks Advisory Board Chairman Anthony Sanchez, Assistant County Administrator Dexter Barge, Parks and Recreation Director Rick Valdez, and Conservation Environmental Lands Management Director Forrest Turberville. Welcome, gentlemen. During the COVID-19 pandemic, Hillsborough County staff have been instrumental in maintaining and protecting the quality of life of residents and visitors. With social distancing in mind, many people sought recreation outdoors. Our Parks and Advisory Board worked hand in hand with the county's Parks and Conservation departments to meet this need safely and with minimal disruption. The operation of the county's neighborhood parks, recreation center, 700 miles of trails and 61,000 acres of preserved land has been nothing short of phenomenal. Courtesy of its virtual classes and programs and effective social distancing guidelines, Parks and Recreation was able to engage the community and help people prioritize their health and wellness during this challenging time. Now, as we return to normalcy, more and more people are visiting our county's parks and conservation lands whose beauty can indeed provide physical and mental healing to all. And I can personally attest to this. It doesn't matter the day or the time of day. I can tell you when I visit Carrollwood Village Park, it is always jam-packed, and I know it's that way throughout our entire park system. So it's my pleasure to present this proclamation to the Parks Advisory Board declaring July as Parks and Recreation Month. The proclamation reads, whereas parks and recreation programs are integral to all communities throughout the nation, including Hillsborough County, and whereas Hillsborough County parks and recreation areas are important to establishing and maintaining quality of life, ensuring the health of all residents, and contributing to the region's economic and environmental well-being, and whereas county parks and recreation programs build healthy, active communities that aid in the prevention of chronic disease, provide therapeutic recreation services for those who are mentally or physically challenged, and improve the mental and emotional health of all residents. And whereas parks programs improve the region's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of the local tax base, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of businesses, and crime reduction. And whereas parks and natural recreation areas improve air and water quality, protect groundwater, prevent flooding, provide vegetative buffers to development, and produce habitat for wildlife. And whereas parks ensure the ecological beauty of the community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. And whereas in 2009, the House of Representatives designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, and Hillsborough County recognizes the benefits derived from parks and recreation resources. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners of Hillsborough County, Florida, does hereby declare July 2021 as Parks and Recreation Month in Hillsborough County, and encourages all residents and visitors to support their county parks and recreation areas, further illustrating their essential contributions to community prosperity. Executed this 14th day of July 2021, signed by all 7 of the Board of County Commissioners. Mr. Sanchez, we'll start with you. Would you like to say a few words?
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner Hagan, and I really do appreciate all the commissioners in providing this incredible award. And I do appreciate that you are allowing me to accept it and representing a very committed board of volunteers who try to do all we can to assist the department. But the reality is that this award is being given to the department itself, and it's 517 incredibly awesome, hardworking, dedicated employees who are really focused every single day. I know you mentioned this past year and the exceptional job that they did during the pandemic, but I don't want it to be lost, all the work that they do every single day to make the 1.4 million residents of Hillsborough County's life better. And because I've got a little bit of time, and the Parks Department, Parks, Recreation, and Conservation are never ones to pat themselves on the back. I just wanted to take a moment for people. I know this board, county commissioners are well aware of all that they do, but for those of you that are listening that might not know all that this group oversees, please understand that the Parks and Recreation manage 104 neighborhood parks, 53 recreation centers, 47 sports complexes, 9 dog parks, 7 gyms, 6 fitness centers, 5 skate parks, as well as an adaptive program for residents with disabilities. And you mentioned the incredible work that our conservation group, I think the acreage right now is over 63,000 acres that they have kept from additional development so that we can continue to enjoy those lands. And then finally, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that recently the department re-earned the prestigious NRPA's National CAPRA accreditation, which less than 1% of the parks in our country have merited. So I really want everyone to understand, not only do we have an incredibly dedicated group of employees that work day to day to help our community, but they have been doing an outstanding job. And I've been very fortunate to be on this board for over 20 years now, and I look forward to continuing to serve. I want to thank my commissioner, Pat Kemp, for reappointing me, and also thank all the individuals that I work with on a day-to-day basis when I'm communicating with the Parks Department, and thank them for all their dedication every day, especially this last year. Thank you.
Hey, Anthony, I want to say I appreciate your comments about our Parks Department and the outstanding work of our employees. I knew you'd been on the board a long time. Didn't know it was 20 years, but thank you for your service and for your commitment to our park system. It's very much appreciated. Now, I know I saw Dexter and Rick, and I believe Forrest there. Would you guys like to say a few words?
Yes, Commissioner, thank you. And I just want to thank all of the Board of County Commissioners. I want to thank all of our Parks Advisory Board members, led by Mr. Sanchez. I mean, I just feel very fortunate to be the director of a department with such amazing support from all of you that really make it possible for us to do what we do day in and day out. And we're thankful to be recognized today, and really thankful that you bring this to the commission year after year, and you support Parks and Recreation 365 days a year. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Rick. Forrest Turbeville, Conservation Environmental Lands. I just wanted to echo Rick's sentiments and say that it's really an honor to be able to lead such a dedicated, hardworking, and passionate group of employees that we have within the Conservation and Environmental Lands Management Department. Our mission is very diverse, whether it's providing an enriching experience at one of our 16 conservation parks. Examples would be Lettuce Lake Park, Edward Medard, Flatwoods, all throughout the county. We also maintain and operate about 250 miles of passive and active trails, conduct prescribed burns over 63,000 acres of ELAP lands. And ironically enough, even during COVID over the past 18 months, we've been able to reach out to 6,000 residents with our environmental programming initiatives, both in person and virtually. So our staff was able to put together multiple programs on the fly and did really an outstanding job with that. So while the past 18 months have certainly been a challenge in many respects, the one area that I'm most proud of, I think, for my department is the customer service ratings from our own park patrons. And this year we were able to receive an overall approval rating of 97%. And that encompasses all different areas of the department, whether it's programming, overall customer service. 97% is the highest we've had in 12 years. So I think that really speaks to the quality of employees that we have, their passion. And I'd like to thank Commissioner Hagan and the entire board for this proclamation today. Perhaps most importantly, I'd just like to give one more shout out to my employees. Thank you for all you've done. And with that, I will turn it over to Assistant County Administrator Dexter Barge.
Thank you. Thank you, Forrest. Thanks, Rick, and also thanks Commissioner Hagan and Anthony. We have an incredible Parks Department and Conservation Environmental Lands Department that's led by two great leaders. I came into the parks working with both departments a few years ago, and I can tell you that they have just come a long way each year. They continue to improve. They have innovative ideas that they've implemented that have really made our park system one of the best park systems in the nation, which is evident by some of the awards that they've gotten. But not only are they individually great departments under great leadership, they come together and work very well as a team when needed. They also play a very important public safety role, as evident just last week when we had a pending storm. The two departments came together and distributed over 72,000 sandbags to our residents in just a day and a half. That takes a lot of coordination, a lot of planning, a lot of working together, and it's just evident that we are one great team that's focused on one mission, and that is support our citizens the best way that we can. Again, I'd like to join Commissioner Hagan in thanking Anthony Sanchez and the Parks Advisory Board for all the support that they continue to give us. And Anthony, your involvement for over 20-something years is just incredible. So thank you for continuing to hang in there and continuing to offer your experience and your support. I know you were one of the first people that I met, you and Jack Berlin met with when I took responsibility for these departments, and your advice and your experience was invaluable. Again, commissioners, thank you for all you do for us. Thank you for supporting both departments year in and year out. And without your support, we could not be where we are today. So again, with that, thank you, and thank you, Commissioner Hagan, for presenting this proclamation today.
I do have it. And with that, we'll recognize Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. And thanks, Commissioner Hagan, for giving us this opportunity to recognize our parks and conservation departments, the heart of which, as has been said, is the incredible employees in those departments. And I just want to offer the one more perspective on that, because for decades before I got to this board, I volunteered quite a bit with the Parks Department as well as the Conservation Department. And so who knew then? They certainly didn't know that one day I would be sitting up here, and yet I had a really good opportunity to observe the passion and the dedication of these employees before they ever knew I would be a commissioner here. And I can report as a mystery shopper that you know, whether it was the wheelchair rugby tournament I spoke about, that's annually at All People's Life Center, those Parks Department employees showed up and go above and beyond on the weekends, working with that sport as well as other disabled sports in our community, and show a real passion for what they're doing above and beyond their clocking any time clock. And the same thing in the conservation side of things, whether it's a weekend cleanup at Cockroach Bay, or the tree planting at Cone Ranch, or the back-breaking work of taking Brazilian pepper out of our natural areas and the other invasive species. Those conservation employees are out there, you know, just really working hard and helping and being very good ambassadors for our county, helping our community, helping our citizens to participate and enjoy our parks and our natural areas. And so I just wanted to confirm that what their directors are saying and what our commissioners are saying is true from my experience for many, many years as a citizen. And I very much appreciate our parks and conservation staff and employees, and I can tell you that both of these departments are something that this county can be very, very proud of. I certainly am. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're all, I mean, our parks are, I think, as Forrest said, a 97%, so they're A+. Can't get much higher than that. That's pretty amazing, and well-deserved. And I think probably more appreciated than ever during the last year with COVID. One of the safer things that you could do is going out hiking or having recreation outside, and it was just a wonderful opportunity because we have so many places in Hillsborough County to do that. So we can be very, very proud of our parks. I think our ELAP lands are the most public lands that any county has in the entire Southeast, to also provide for us and for wildlife in Hillsborough County. So those are legacies to be proud of. And thank you so much, not only to our employees, but the volunteers like Anthony Sanchez and Jack Berlin, who have been with our Parks Board forever and really helped guide that as well. That's just a really great community effort. And with that, I'll thank all the recipients for joining us today and for everything that they do to help make Hillsborough County the best county. It says in Florida, but I'll go for USA. And with that, we will move to the next section of the agenda, approval of changes to the agenda and removal of consent items.
Very good, thank you. We have one item that has been deleted from the agenda, item A39, which was to schedule a public hearing for support for ground interfacility transport ambulance service. We have several items that have been removed from consent for highlighting by Commissioner Myers. The first one is item A20, which is to set a public hearing to establish the Hillsborough County Solid Waste Hardship Credit Program and to make additional amendments to align with the new solid waste collection contracts. Also, item A38, which is a funding agreement to provide food relief for residents with the United Food Bank and Services of Plant City. Item A41, which is also a funding agreement to provide food relief with Metropolitan Ministries. And then item A42, a funding agreement to provide food relief to the East Tampa Business and Civic Association. And A43, which is also a food relief agreement with Feeding Tampa Bay. We have item F1 at 10 o'clock, which is Commissioner Myers' item to declare that June 19th annually be observed as Juneteenth to honor the historical significance to African American community and designate Juneteenth as a county holiday. Item G1 at 10:15 is to receive a verbal report from Tim Dudley, Division Director, Office of Emergency Management, on the Hurricane Elsa event. Item F3, Commissioner Overman's item at 11 o'clock, is to approve a resolution supporting the designation of the portion of State Road 60 between I-75 and Philip Lee Boulevard as Sergeant Brian Levine Road. At 11:45, recess for lunch. Those are the changes to the agenda.
Second.
We have a motion to approve the agenda by Commissioner Overman, seconded by Commissioner Myers. And seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
I'm trying. There we go. There we go.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. And with that, we will move to public comment. The board welcomes comments from citizens about any issue or concern. Your opinions are valued in terms of providing input to the board members. However, it's requested at the same time when you address the board that comments are not directed personally against a commissioner or a staff member, but rather directed at the issues. This provides a mutual respect between board members and the public. The board has set aside a 45-minute period in the morning, immediately following changes to the agenda for public comments. At the discretion of the chair, the board may again hear public comments at the end of the meeting. Anyone who wishes to speak during the meeting will be able to do so by completing the online public comment form found at hillsboroughcounty.org/speakup. You will be required to provide your name and telephone number on that online form. The information is being requested to facilitate the audio conferencing process. The chair will call on speakers by name in the order in which they have completed the online public comments form. Prioritization is on a first-come, first-served basis. An audio call-in number will be provided to participants that have completed the form after it's received by the county. All callers will be muted upon calling and will be unmuted in the submission order after being recognized by the chair by name. Up to 3 minutes are allowed to each speaker. Citizens speaking on scheduled agenda items will be heard before citizens speaking on non-scheduled agenda items. When addressing the board, please state your name clearly. And with that, I'll recognize the first speaker this morning, Paige Drummond.
My name is Paige Drummond, and I'm here again requesting the comptroller audit on this county's animal control department. After our dog Finn was killed in an unprovoked attack last December by a 150-pound Mastiff, we spent so much time wondering what we could have done different. Should we have come home from work later? Should we have turned left instead of right? But after receiving the full animal control report, we realized the problem wasn't that we didn't do anything different. The problem was that animal control didn't. For quick reference, state statute deems a dog dangerous if it is either A, aggressively bitten, attacked, or endangered a human on public property, or B, more than once severely injured or killed a domestic animal off owner property. As well, Florida's definition of severe injury is any physical injury that results in broken bones, multiple bites, or disfiguring lacerations requiring sutures or reconstructive surgery. 2017, this dog was in a dog park and attacked a golden retriever, resulting in necessary stitches. We asked why this dog's injury wasn't deemed severe by Florida's definition. They countered that the department considers this a quote, minor injury. When we asked what part of the definition they disagreed with, disfiguring lacerations or sutures, we stopped receiving responses from both animal control and the county attorney's office. 2018, bite dog was inside the same dog park. Pregnant woman and her dog were approaching the park, and suddenly the bite dog charged them, clearing both dog gates, and attacked the woman and her dog. Both woman and dog received treatment for bite wounds. When we asked why this incident didn't qualify for the state's qualification of severe injury, or even endangering a human on public property, again, we received no response. 2019, bite dog attacked and killed a neighbor's pet who had briefly run out of the home. Bite dog was being walked nearby, killed him instantly. And so now it's 2020, and we lose Arfin, victim number 5. And despite all of these reported attacks, animal control concluded this dog is in danger. At one point, animal control told us they evaluate each case based on whether they're prosecutable. So what's the quantifiable amount of pain and suffering animal control is looking for to start upholding the law? The bite dog is a record of over 100 pages long, filled with countless testimony and photos of injuries. So my question is, when our own case has two severely injured dogs, 2 dogs dead, and a human victim with a dog bite, what would make animal control consider this dog dangerous? And the only option left is a human death. And how will they justify that death to the next family? We've spoken with lawyers, vets in the community, and no one can rationalize how such an aggressive dog remains in the care of an equally negligent owner. Nothing we're asking for will bring our own dog back, but it will save someone else. So again, I'm insisting the council conduct a comptroller audit of the animal control department. Please stop waiting for this to happen to you to care about this issue, because it's already happening to so many of your neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt Gaston. Is Matt Gaston present?
Madam Chair, Matt Gaston is on the line. He is not appearing to be speaking right now. Matt, can you hear us? Mr. Gaston, can you hear us? Make sure your phone is unmuted. It appears he might be having some difficulties. If you'd like, we can go back to him later.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
Do we hear something? We'll move to the next.
No, Madam Chair.
We'll move to the next person, and then we can try to bring him on when he's ready. Jessica Iserman.
Hi, good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jessica Eisterman. I am an attorney with Stearns Weaver Miller. I am actually representing Mr. Gaston, your prior speaker. I just wanted to let you know that we are both available for questions on your consent item A22, which is an economic agreement.
Yes? That's it? Okay.
I'm just available for questions. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Questions come up on that item.
Okay, thank you. David Leviton.
Madam Chair, I believe the next speaker is Carol Dittmar.
Okay, Carol Dittmar.
Good morning. I'm Carol Dittmar, a member of HOPE, the Hillsborough Organization for Progress and Equality. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. In Hillsborough County, as in most communities across the country, we have a serious problem with mental illness and addiction. People have identified the crisis before the pandemic, and of course it has only been exacerbated by this stress and isolation over the last year. There's no question, I have not heard a single person suggest this crisis does not exist. Everyone can see it. Over the past 3 years, HOPE has met with many experts to identify long-term solutions to protect the dignity and livelihood of people. One very promising opportunity we learned about is the International Clubhouse Model, a recovery through work program that has proven effective in restoring dignity to individuals with severe mental illness, engaging them in training and a social network, and integrating them into the job market. In early 2019, we were glad to see the criminal justice sequential mapping process identify this recovery through work clubhouse as a best practice to prevent recidivism in the jails, and we know it can also reduce hospital emergency room visits and Baker Acts, for it successfully assists people in gaining stability and thus preventing crisis. Most of the counties around us have seen the positive results and started a clubhouse for their own residents, but we didn't have one in Hillsborough. So for the past 2 years, we encouraged a tour of the clubhouse in Pinellas County by criminal justice stakeholders and county commissioners. It was good to see plans move forward with the support of county staff to establish a clubhouse in Hillsborough County by working in conjunction with community providers and supporting the rehab of a building with a vision towards operating an accredited recovery through club workhouse. This missing part at this point is the availability of funds to fully operate starting in spring of 2022. Our research shows a good starting budget to be $500,000. Today and moving forward, as you discuss the 2022 and 2023 county budgets, we ask you to identify funding for an annual budget of $500,000 so a quality recovery through work clubhouse can be operating to its fullest extent to meet the needs, the great needs of a county our size. We don't want the potential for a highly effective program that protects people's dignities and their very lives to be handicapped by the lack of funding as it starts up. In addition, we're hearing a lot these days about a labor shortage and lack of workers. There are people who, with the right support, are willing and anxious to work, and the clubhouse model can get people and maintain them with mental illness into the workforce. As a taxpayer, I certainly appreciate that you want to be assured of a good return on your investment. And with adequate financial support for a comprehensive program with adequate staff, we believe that's what you will experience. The better quality the program, the more people it can serve, and thereby not only restore lives, but bring a positive fiscal impact by reducing arrests, Baker Acts, and psychiatric inpatient hospitalizations that occur when people fall into
Your
crisis.
time is up. Your time is up. Your time is up. Excuse me, your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Lee Barks.
Good morning. I'm Lee Barks, also from HOPE, and a member of Palmacia Presbyterian Church. I speak to item C1, the County Administrator's FY22 recommended budget. HOPE is currently comprised of 25 member congregations of different racial, religious, and economic backgrounds across Hillsborough County. For 32 years, HOPE has acted on its mission to achieve long-term systemic solutions to tackle serious community problems plaguing our county. Over the past several years, we've heard numerous stories of people struggling to obtain adequate mental health services, of loved ones who live on the streets with untreated severe mental illness, of loved ones who tragically committed suicide. Our research shows 40% in our jail with a serious mental illness, over 10,000 Baker Acts in the past 2 years, and hundreds of people homeless and suffering from severe mental illness. This is tragic for those struggling for mental health, their families, and our county at large. We, HOPE, are asking the Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners to fund the annual operating expenses for a Clubhouse International. If 1,000 people move to Florida daily, a large number of them are coming to Hillsborough County because we proudly are growing so well. Statistically, 20% of those people will experience mental illness and 5% serious mental illness. Very few will have adequate insurance coverage for their chronic illness or will be able to afford their care out of pocket. We have researched a viable solution. It's an accredited Clubhouse International with lifetime membership for its members with severe mental illness. We actually could use more than one recovery through work Clubhouse International. Unlike other mental health services in Hillsborough, a clubhouse is focused on recovery, by providing a social support network, work skills training, meaningful daily activities, employment, and the skills to manage their subsequent paycheck, all for persons with severe mental illness. It does this with evidence-based methodology that is a SAMHSA, U.S. Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration best practice, and it works. It works so well in Pinellas County that its members have been able to hold jobs, pay taxes, and contribute economically to their community. So, HOPE, we asked the Board of County Commissioners to fund the operating expenses of $500,000 annually for the operation of a successful Recovery Through Work Clubhouse International in Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you. And we will move to Sarah Combs. Sarah Combs?
Good morning. My name is Sarah. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Sarah Combs, and I'm the CEO at the University Area CDC. And I'm here this morning to speak on agenda item B1. In partnership with Blue Sky Communities, we are building Uptown Sky in the heart of the University Area community. Uptown Sky is a brand new 4-story apartment building with a Heart bus stop right at the front door and close to lots of stores and businesses and services that residents can actually walk to. The apartment homes will be for rent to hardworking families who are very low to low income, which is around $50,000 max per family. All units will have either 2 bedrooms or 3 bedrooms, 2 full bathrooms, and fully equipped kitchens. We are also very proud to offer a swimming pool, on-site property management, a unique food truck area, and University Area CDC Neighborhood Center, which will serve as a resource hub for residents. UACDC will be able to offer their programs and services to residents right on the bottom floor of the apartment complex. We'll have a multi-purpose classroom, computer lab, several offices where our Prodigy, Get Moving, Invest Workforce, and Steps for Success programming will take place, among a lot of other activities for residents. As you know, building affordable housing for those that are very low in income is very difficult to do. However, we are able to do it because of the support of Hillsborough County. We want to say thank you. Thank you to Hillsborough County Affordable Housing for their support, and thank you to HOPE for their continued work in making sure that funding was allocated for the very low in income. We are very grateful and appreciative of our community partners who have came together in order to make Uptown Sky a reality for our residents living in the university area. And a special thank you to the Board of County Commissioners for your support in affordable housing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Jim Davidson?
Yes, good morning, Commissioners. Jim Davidson. I'm here to ask the Board's direction as to where I may obtain some information on the fiscal impact to the budget on one of the Board's policies, 03.02.02.14, the performance pay policy. The Board has been generous over the last 7 years, budgeting pay increases between 3% and 4% each year for the past 7 years, from 2014 to 2020, and this year absorbing the entire 9.2% employee health cost increases. But after talking to several of the county employees, they stated that they never received these increases. I am not talking about the merits of the policy. Employees are the core of how you complete your mission. But I noticed that there has never been a financial impact statement for this budget item with a set dollar amount. And it doesn't appear anywhere in the county's 5-year pro forma. In lieu of the fact that the transportation policy of the Board has been waived for the past 3 years, the county's 5-year pro forma shows that the unincorporated and general funds to be in the red in 1 to 2 years. And you are going to hold town hall meetings on a new $16 billion sales tax next month. I think it prudent to know what the Board is doing as far as the budgetary impacts of some of its policies. So if you could give me some direction on who to see about getting this information on this budgetary impact, I would appreciate it. And the rest of you have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you. Gerald White?
Good morning, Commissioners. Gerald White, Hillsborough County community activist. I'm here to speak on agenda item G2, F1, and C1. First, thanks for getting the report for the status of redistricting. I think we have the in-house expertise to conduct a redistricting process. Mary Helen Ferris with the County Attorney's Office has done a superior job over the years related to these type of matters. So I support the staff being involved, heavily involved in the redistricting process with the County Administrator's Office. And of course, they can use the Planning Commission or any experts that they deem necessary to bring something to the public and to the Board of County Commissioners. So look like the board's going to have a very, very busy fall and winter with the budget. Looking forward to the budget recommendations from the county administrator. Lot going on, a lot of money being spent, but also a lot of good policies and procedures and activities related to the budget that have taken place over the past year. So I don't, as a citizen, anticipate or expect any problems. Just continue the work that you're doing and looking forward to hearing the budget recommendation. The other issue is the June 10th, the F1 agenda item for additional holiday for June 10th. I support that. The only thing that I would ask that we got to be transparent with the public. The cost of an additional holiday for county employees be brought forward before a vote is taken by the board. But I do support that. It's a federal holiday now, and so I don't see any reason why the county shouldn't recognize this holiday and grant the employees of Hillsborough County the day off. Thank you so much for hearing my concerns, and we're looking forward to these redistricting meetings and activities. And I am concerned about this time frame, and you have to get this done in 2021, the redistricting process. So keep in mind now, when this process starts, once you have these public hearings, if the citizens calls for something that you all didn't have hearings on, you're going to have more public hearings. So you don't want to run out of time in your redistricting process. So it's very important to get started on this effort and allow the public to have adequate and total participation in the redistricting process. Thank you for hearing my concerns this morning. Enjoy the rest of your day. And I hope you all, as a board, got plenty of rest on your break. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And with that, I don't know if Mr. Gaston is available.
Mr. Gaston is still on the line. I have unmuted him. Mr. Gaston, if you'd like to speak, you can do so now. It doesn't seem he's speaking, Madam Chair.
Okay. And so there's no one else. We've completed our list. Is that correct?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. So with that, we will move to the consent agenda. And I know that Commissioner Myers removed a few of consent agenda items for highlighting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A20, a public hearing will be held on August 4th at 10 a.m. to establish a solid waste hardship program to make additional amendments to the solid waste contract. I just want the public to know that if anyone experienced some financial hardship when and if this is approved, that the county is here to assist you.
Thank you. And so that.
You want me to go?
Sure, keep going.
Okay. The rest is all in the A's, A38, 41, 42, and 43. The United Food Bank and Services of Plant City, Metropolitan Ministry, East Tampa Business and Civic Association, and Feeding Tampa Bay. These organizations continue to provide food relief to individuals and families during these challenging times of COVID-19. And just want to say thank you, Hillsborough County, for making these funds available and the impact that these organizations continue to help the many families that are in need. And so we just want you to know that we still have help available for you if needed. Thank Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for those highlights. Really important. And with that, do we have motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Cohen, seconded by both Commissioners Meyer and Overman. And seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. And with that, we will move to our regular agenda. And Ms. Wise.
Thank you. The first item is a time certain item, item F1, which is Commissioner Meyer's item declaring Juneteenth as a county holiday.
Commissioner Myers.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. First, I would like to thank the following staff for your work on this historical Juneteenth piece. As a county holiday, hopefully we'll vote for it in a few minutes. County Administrator Bonnie Wise and her staff, Ivy Martin, Director of Human Resources, and County Attorney Christine Beck and her staff, Deborah Cromartie-Mincy, Chief Assistant County Attorney. You were spot on in making this agenda item really happen for today. And again, thank you for all that you do. When I called to say that I need assistance with an agenda item or an item that would come before the board. We know that Juneteenth is a federal holiday in the United States commemorating the emancipation of African American slaves. On June 17, 2021, President Biden signed the Juneteenth National Independence Day into law. This morning, I asked this board to join with me and approve Juneteenth as a county holiday. Therefore, I move that June 19th be observed as Juneteenth to honor the historical significance to the African American community and designate Juneteenth as a county holiday for all county employees.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Myers and seconded by Commissioner Overman. Commissioner Overman, did you want to speak? You're recognized.
Yes, thank you very much. And I just want to thank you very much for doing the work, as well as staff for looking at this circumstance. Making this a part of our holiday schedule is critically important. Again, it addresses our desire to create equity in our community, but I think it's also critically important that we pay attention to the history of not only our country, but of our community. And this is a great example of doing just exactly that and acknowledging the history of our country. So thank you very much for bringing this forward, and I'll support the motion.
And is Commissioner Cohen, you're recognized?
Yeah, I just wanted to congratulate the board on taking this step so quickly after the national holiday was signed into law. I think it's not just appropriate, but I think it's really important that our holidays follow the federal calendar. As a separate issue, it's very confusing to people when some things are closed and some things are open, and when the President of the United States signs a law making something a federal holiday, I think it's really important that local governments follow suit and honor that. And I will be pleased to support the motion as well.
Thank you. And Commissioner Myers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also need to include in this motion that we add the solid waste contracts.
Oh, that changes things.
Oh, okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You might clarify that.
Okay.
I'm just saying so that the public and it's understood exactly what you're speaking to.
I think that we will not have pickup on that particular day.
Okay, that would be good for the public and for,
Yes.
We all, I think, knew what you were speaking to, but thank you. Okay. And I'll just say that, I heard it some years ago, but on the 4th of July or sometime around the Independence Day, I was able to hear a rendition of Frederick Douglass's speech that was, I believe it was given in Washington, D.C. Before the end of the Civil War, before Juneteenth, or maybe before the Emancipation Proclamation at one point. And it's a very special speech to hear and to recognize again, and talked about how for some of the country, they had an Independence Day, but for him and others like him, there was no Independence Day to recognize, and no recognition of the Black community, or women for that matter, or so many others. But he, put that out there in a very powerful speech recognizing that. So this is truly, we have 2 Independence Days in our history to recognize, and I'm really pleased that we're doing this as a county as well to follow up. So thank you for bringing that forward, and of course it looks like we'll have some strong support for this. And with that, seeing no further comments, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. Ms. Wise.
If you'd like, we could waive the rules and allow Tim Dudley to do his 10:15 times certain item.
Move to waive the rules.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner White, seconded by Commissioner Overman to waive the rules. Please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
And Ms. Wise?
Thank you. Item G1 is to receive a verbal report from Tim Dudley, Division Director, Office of Emergency Management, regarding Hurricane Elsa. As you know, we did have a hurricane. It was a hurricane, a tropical storm, then a hurricane. But I wanted you to know a little bit about what happened behind the scenes and how our staff was prepared and the community was prepared and protected. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Tim Dudley.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Thank you. I'm Tim Dudley, Hillsborough County Office of Emergency Management Director. I'll be providing a brief update on Hillsborough County readiness and response to Tropical Storm/Hurricane Elsa. While Hillsborough County was in the 5-day cone, the forecast of uncertainty was higher than normal, and Hillsborough County OEM closely monitored the updates for the storm track. County departments and partners began preparing for potential impacts from Tropical Storm Elsa. Tropical Storm Elsa impacts include wind gusts around 49 miles per hour, 2 to 6 inches of rain. Tides in Tampa Bay were 2 feet above normal. Flooding from heavy rain put rivers in minor to moderate flood stage. As soon as the weather began clearing, Hillsborough County Fire Rescue, Public Works, code enforcement, and municipal partners were in the field to begin damage assessments. I'm happy to report that there were minimal reports of any structural damage and only minor road flooding and downed trees and road signs in Hillsborough County as a result of Tropical Storm Elsa. We are thankful that we saw minimal impacts. Teams were prepared to respond to a Cat 1 hurricane event if needed. Tropical Storm Elsa gave our staff and partners an opportunity to work through new plans and adjust as needed before we approach peak hurricane season in Hillsborough County. I'd like to share a few measures we have taken to ensure we are ready to respond for any and every event that is presented. The OEM team, along with county staff and partners, have been working diligently over the past few hurricane seasons to develop new plans in warning notification, logistics, fuel, shelters, transportation, public works, debris management contracts, sandbag operations, and recovery. In our warning notification, Chief Communication Administrator Liana Lopez and her team in the communication and digital media continues to maintain and execute high-quality communications to keep residents informed. The department has continued to become more data-driven, seeking real-time relevant feedback on various platforms to ensure messaging is on target while reaching our residents where they are, no matter how they are seeking information via the website, local news media, social media, alert messaging. CDM works with the Customer Service Center throughout the activation to ensure critical scripting is accurate so residents that may need to call for information have equal access. OEM has also recently added the Ready Out notification to provide the BOCC, municipal partners, constitutional partners, and selected executive staff member emergency notifications. And one of our most recent programs that has proven to be a tremendous success is our Employee Emergency Response Program. Human Resources Director Ivy Martin and her team have worked closely with the Information and Innovation Office, Library Services, have made significant impacts to our Hillsborough County EERP program. The program now, during this recent event, we had 100% participation by staff called to respond to this event. And during recent COVID response, over 584 staff have supported emergency operations throughout the county, and some have been activated for as long as a year from our parks and our library service and a few other departments, just to name a few. We've upgraded the EER portal, now allows for staff to better respond to incidents as well as increase the staffing pool. The program now includes external agencies within the county, like some of our constitutional partners. The development of the new database allows for better communication and cooperation of the external partners during a response. And the system now generates multiple reports to include an automated weekly staffing shelter report. We've seen significant improvements in our logistics, established a new logistics operation that has managed over 3,000 mission requests, distributed over 2.5 million pieces of PPE, and drafted several new emergency contracts for current and future operations, just to name a few. In shelter staffing, general population shelter moving contracts, county staging area contracts, bus drivers, personal protective supplies, vaccination and testing, points of distribution and dispensing, wraparound services, and disinfection services, as well as material handling. We have also established agreements in place to extend our county staging area operations throughout the county at state and county fairgrounds, Telecom Park, Hillsborough County College Brandon campus, and during this COVID operations, we've been able to establish new EOC virtual operation protocols that we were also able to implement during this recent event. Director Bob Stein of Fleet Management, during this past week here, the fleet team has added an additional diesel capacity with the installation of a new 12,000-gallon fuel tank at the public safety complex to increase our fuel supply capacity during an event. And shelter operations, this is our largest operation. We could go up to 54 shelters if need be, supported by the school district. During this week, we opened one shelter. This hybrid shelter had a capacity to serve over 400 individuals, including those with special needs and pets. It remained open 24 hours. Residents that were worried about remaining at their residence or had no place of refuge. It consisted of a mix of county employees as well as Department of Health employees. While we did not have to open additional shelters, we found ourselves in that position. We would have also called upon additional staffing from partners like the City of Tampa, University of South Florida, and the University of Tampa, who have been training in shelter operations in the last year and a half with Hillsborough County staff. There's no doubt that our present readiness level to respond to shelter operations would not be possible without the commitment of Mr. Carl Harness, Chief Human Service Administrator, Audrey Ziegler, Director of Social Services, and their ESF6 team, which have devoted significant time and talent in getting Hillsborough County employees and partners ready to respond. They've converted parts of Mosey into mock shelters, which they've used to train managers and staff, as well as conducted simulations. Our pet resources team have undertaken similar efforts in setting up a mock pet shelter that they have used to train staff as well. None of our success would be possible without the collaboration of the school district and their staff, including Chief Newman, who have made every effort to assist us in our resident efforts. Concurrently, our facilities team, led by John Moeller, Director of Facility Management, have worked to ensure that our sites have enhanced power generation capabilities and work through any challenges we face. We can't talk about shelters without talking about how we get our folks to these sites and our transportation partners with HART, Sunshine Line, the school district, and AMR, who assisted in these efforts. While only a few residents sought transportation assistance, our partners were poised to help even more. In fact, the school district assists us in rolling out a new initiative. Andrew Smith and Jamie Warrington, the two school district employees staffing the EOC, helped us activate drivers, School buses that we had staged throughout the night at the ELC to roll out as long as the winds allowed us to pick up any last-minute residents that needed transportation. We've also received, like to thank the district for giving us 2 school buses in the last year, which Hillsborough County Fire Rescue has converted to both an ambulance transportation vehicle capable of transporting multiple individuals and stretchers, and ambulatory transportation vehicles to move folks both on wheelchairs and those able to walk aboard. And our public works team, the protective measures that they take ahead of the storm, Assistant County Administrator of Public Works, John's Lyons team, they conduct their pre-storm activities of securing and maintenance sites, construction sites, ready and temporary pumping capabilities, and preparing debris management contracts, and completing visual checks and clearing drainage structures and outfall. This has reduced the number of structures impacted during recent events. And finally, our sandbag operations, overseen by Assistant County Administrator Dexter Barr's team, teaming up with our local municipal partners in the city of Tampa, Temple Terrace, and Plant City. We were able to open 7 sandbag sites deployed throughout the county, distributed a total of 74,000 sandbags during this recent event. Commissioners, I would like to thank you, all our community and constitutional partners for the actions taken to ensure we are prepared.
Thank you. And with that, I think Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just want to start by thanking Mr. Dudley and his staff and everyone on up the chain of command for the good work that you do in response to these declared states of emergency. We were lucky in this one. We dodged a bullet, really didn't have any major damage, as you can see. So I really just wanted to use this as an opportunity, Ms. Wise, to give you a reminder about something that's unique to my district. Mr. Dudley, Chief Jones, Mr. Horwedel are all aware of this from Hurricane Irma, but just wanted to give you a reminder that that in the far southeast stretches of the county, we have some citizens that do not get their power from TECO. They get their power from the Peace River Electric Cooperative. So if heaven forbid we get that bad one and we have sustained power outages, as we're engaging utility companies, I just want to make sure that you're aware to also make sure that we have the Peace River Electric Cooperative on our radar screen to make sure that those folks in the southeast portion of the county have power, and if not, what the plan is to get them restored and up and running.
Thank you. I did not know that.
That's right. It's a
well kept secret.
It is, and those folks can easily become forgotten in the case of a really bad storm with sustained outages. So so just make sure that if heaven forbid we get that direct hit by another bad one like Irma and we have those sustained outages, let's just continue to have Peace River Electric Cooperative on our radar screen.
Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Thank you. And actually, my comments are somewhat similar, but I too did not know about that section of our county that had a different power source. You know, one of the things that I noticed, I got plenty of emails or text messages regarding the storm, not only during this storm, but also on Monday as we were experiencing a non-storm storm, letting me know that there was bad weather coming and what to anticipate. And I got that text message, but I did not get it on my personal phone. And I don't recall hearing it on a radio. And so what I'd like to ask Mr. Dudley, we're obviously doing very, very well in terms of being well prepared, working with our partners. It's been, not only has COVID helped us with really looking at how we manage and work with our partners during an emergency, but it has also assisted us in being best prepared for hurricanes as well. But I think our communications needs to possibly maybe either I need a report back or we need to diversify our ways in communicating. If, for example, Commissioner White's citizens were out of power, they might have a battery radio. Their phone might actually work. And as we have discovered in the past, storms take different levels of strength and curves and directions and impact and flooding timing that is important, whether or not they have power or if they have no access to internet. And we have significant portions of our county that do not have access to internet. So when our communications are dependent on internet distribution, whether that be social media or others, I think it's important that we have a strong communication strategy that is diversified across income, ability, and resources. So I would like to ask in the future, maybe a future report, to give us an understanding of what's the best method in terms of making sure we're covering everyone from an equity perspective, and then communicate that out to either maybe during a board meeting or as a way of communicating to the community how we're best going to get information to them in the case of an emergency. Because that's where, you know, employees and citizens are working very hard to do a great job. I think there's an opportunity to fine-tune what we're doing already. So, and to hear what we're already doing so people know where to go look. So I'll just stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner White?
Yeah, just for fun, I just brought up Peace River Electric Cooperative.
Now you're getting into this.
We have 1,184 served, which my back of the napkin math says is about 0.078% of our population. But in the event of a major hurricane and a sustained power outage, that 0.078% of our population is just as important as the other 99.92. So
Absolutely.
I want to make sure they're on our radar screen if we get that direct
You're
hit.
doing your math there.
Good call. Good call.
Okay. So with that, I think we all think that I think I could speak for the board. It seemed like there was a very good work by the staff on this one, and I think kind of got in some ways I wouldn't say a dry run, but a not too wet run. So so that we could test things out. I understand we got to test some of the generators that we hadn't used up till now. So so that was good work, because hopefully we won't have to do a more serious run, but those can come at any moment at any time without having all that much, a little more notice, but not necessarily, especially at the end. So good work by our team there. And with that, I think we can move to the next item. Ms. Wise.
Thank you. And thank you for the comments to the team. As you can hear, a lot of work that gets done before the storm in preparation of the storm. Thank you. We'll move to the regular agenda. Our first item is item B1. This is an affordable housing item regarding an agreement, the State Housing Initiative SHIP program agreement for 61 affordable housing units. So Cheryl Howell will present this item.
Good morning, Commissioners. Ms. Wise, Cheryl Howell, Affordable Housing Services. I am recommending that we approve the Local Housing Fund and State Housing Initiative Partnership Program Funding Agreement in the amount of $5,820,000 between Blue UACDC 1 LLC and Hillsborough County for the construction of 61 affordable apartment units known as the Uptown Sky Apartments for very low and low income households. The property is located at 13635 North 12th Street, Tampa. And we're also asking that you approve the land use restriction agreement, the LURA, between Blue UACDC 1 LLC and Hillsborough County, restricting use of 34 set-aside units for households under 60% of area median income for the 30-year affordability period. And C, approve mortgage and promissory note documents securing the investment of the 5.820000 for a 30-year term at 1% interest. And D, authorize the chair to execute all other documents and agreements as it relates to the subordination of the county's liens and/or for the project to the interest of the senior lenders upon recommendation by Affordable Housing Services and approval of the county attorney's office. including the subordination agreements with STI Institutional and Government Incorporation as bondholder and senior lender. This agreement will be funded with $326,344 from the FY21 SHIP adopted budget and a little under $5.5 million from the FY21 local housing adopted budget for a total of $5.820000 million. Thank you so much.
Move approval.
Commissioner Overman, did you want to speak?
Yes, please.
You're recognized.
Yay! I can't tell you how much I appreciate the partnership of not only the financiers, the Affordable Housing Advisory Board and Affordable Housing Department, of just everyone that's involved, of the UACDC in their effort to create a livable community in that area that supports all folks of all income and abilities. And this really is a great partnership to see go forward and to provide additional affordable housing when we have such a shortfall of places for people to live and thrive in Hillsborough County. The partnership with Uptown Sky Apartments is going to actually provide a great resource for those that are interested in actually living and working in an area that is on the upswing, and we're looking forward to seeing this project done. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm also very excited. I did a kind of walking tour there a few months ago, and it's just amazing changes going on in the area. And I think Sarah Combs, the UACDC, as well as Blue Sky, as developers have done such a good job in Hillsborough County with affordable housing. So I'm looking forward to what is built up there and what is built up there to be affordable and to stay affordable as that community may transition or seems poised for that fairly soon. And with that, seeing no further comments, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
I'm sorry, I didn't say that. That was a motion by Commissioner Overman, seconded by Commissioner Myers. Ms. Wise.
Thank you. The next item is item B2. Josh Bellotti with Engineering and Operations will present this item. This is to receive and accept the Stormwater Management Program report, which the board is to schedule a public hearing on September 1st, which is required to adopt the approved rates for the next calendar year. So with that, Josh.
Good morning. Josh Bellotti, Engineering and Operations Department, Public Works. This item before you today, as Bonnie said, is to schedule a public hearing to set the stormwater assessment for the upcoming tax year. And in doing that, we wanted to take a moment to give a brief update on the stormwater management program, particularly as it relates to the assessment, revenue, and accomplishments over the last several years. Just as some background, the timeline here shows the history of the annual stormwater assessment, which was at a flat $12 for many years before the recent increases beginning in 2016. Most recently in 2019, the board approved an update to the rate structure and a phase-in of increases over a 5-year period. In 2020, the planned annual increase was postponed due to COVID, and this year the plan would be to pick back up those incremental increases. In the meantime, the board recently approved implementation of the hardship exemption program, which will give relief to our most vulnerable residents. And so going forward, the public hearing being set for September 1st would set the rates in accordance with the planned phased-in increase, which for a medium-sized home would go from an annual amount of $76.36 currently to $81.43 for calendar year 21. So since that first stormwater fee increase in 2015, the county has used that additional revenue to significantly ramp up its efforts in maintenance and construction, with over $74 million invested over the last 6 years. As you know, the stormwater system is large and complex, comprised of over 14 million total feet of drainage pipes and ditches, 40,000 drainage structures, 2,000 ponds, and 38 pump stations. So these efforts over the past few years, funded by the rate increases, have been focused on addressing years of maintenance needs and aging infrastructure, and have included over 22,000 feet of new pipe installed through 40 local neighborhood projects, as well as 71,000 feet of culvert replacements. And additionally, our maintenance teams have cleaned nearly 700 total miles of ditches and pipes and mowed over 225,000 acres. I wanted to highlight and show just a few examples here of the roadside ditch maintenance and restoration that we've ramped up throughout the county with the support of the additional revenue. Doing things like removing vegetation and silt, restoring and stabilizing slopes to improve the flow of water, and ultimately reduce the risk of roadway flooding. And this one here is from Shell Point Road in Ruskin, where you can see in the before picture the ditch barely visible, and then after the ditch is reestablished, regraded, and much better able to handle and move the stormwater. We also completed roadside ditch maintenance and restoration all along McIntosh Road, again, clearing out vegetation and overgrowth and silt, restoring ditch banks and slopes to improve water flow. And this is another example from McIntosh. This one here is from Sydney Dover Road, again showing ditch restoration along with side drains and mitered ends. We also made a number of improvements along Wyndham Street in Palm River, and this example shows an outfall into Palm River where we installed a new head wall to protect the pipe and bank. And this again is on Wyndham Street, showing the ditch cleaning, restoring the slopes and drainage at this outfall. And so we can see some of the results of these efforts and the additional investment the board has made in the stormwater system by looking at our customer service requests year over year. Looking at the most recent complete year of data from FY20, we can see a decrease from the previous year in terms of overall numbers, as well as the spike during the rainy season. Now, there are a number of factors that contribute to this, including the overall annual rainfall amounts, but it does give a picture of the overall system countywide and the positive impacts of the additional maintenance investment made possible by the rate increases, which has enabled us to do things like leverage contractors, to increase output, begin to catch up, and complete and close work orders quicker. So moving now from past to present, just want to highlight the initiatives that we currently have underway. As I mentioned before, the additional revenue from the recent rate increases has been primarily focused on catching up on maintenance needs and restoring and preserving aging assets. So you can see this year we're replacing over 150 aging and failed pipes. And on the maintenance side, compared to the funding levels prior to the last rate increase, we've increased mowing by 50%, going from about 7,000 acres to over 10,000 acres, and we increased ditch cleaning by 44%, up to over 500,000 linear feet this year. And this is primarily through our additional maintenance contract. And so the goal is, as we catch up on these past and known issues, is that we're able to get into more of a proactive mode, addressing more of the system annually on a routine cycle. So moving forward, we want to continue building on these efforts to maintain, preserve, and improve the stormwater system. So whereas the majority of the revenue increases thus far have been dedicated to restoration and maintenance, the projected revenue increase with this year's rates, which is estimated to be about $2.4 million, would be planned to go towards neighborhood flood protection projects, helping to improve drainage in some of our frequently flooded areas. Also, as I mentioned, the board recently adopted the hardship exemption program, and staff has been working on outreach and taking in applications. Nearly 100,000 notices were mailed out, and the county social services department has been a great partner with us, taking in and processing the applications. To date, the county's received 186 applications, and the deadline is July 31st. But we do plan to be flexible with that date, especially as this is the first year of the program, so long as we can meet the deadline to finalize the tax roll. So in closing, this last slide here shows the planned 5-year phased-in rate increases that the board approved in 2019. This first column on the left shows the rates that were adopted at that time and remain as the current rates since last year's increase was postponed. Just to the right, the column highlighted is the planned rates for the 2021 tax year, which will fund our FY22 program. And you can see as we go back to implementing the phased-in schedule, This would result in a medium-sized home rate going from $76 to $81 annually. So I'll close with that. And again, this item today is just to receive the update and for the board to schedule the public hearing on September 1st to set the rates. So I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thanks.
Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'm going to move approval on this item, but I did want to tell the entire team and let them know how much I appreciate them working hard on developing the hardship program. It is critically important that when we are faced with the covering our responsibilities for stormwater, we recognize that it actually has an economic impact on our community, but so does having your house flooded. So does losing your car because it gets destroyed when you drive through deep water and you may actually end up in an accident in a ditch or lose your vehicle because you've driven through water that's standing on a road that could have been avoided if we were able to stay on point with our stormwater management. There is cost to having living in an area where it rains every day in the summer. So the great stormwater management program is critically important for the safety and security of our citizens. And it's critical that we also take into consideration those that can least afford increases, that we put together a hardship program. Mr. Bellotti, could you repeat what you've said about the hardship application process and when the deadline would be for those that would like to apply? Assuming
Yes,
it's all
we're
approved in the next meeting.
Yes. We're currently taking applications now. The deadline is July 31st. So far, we've received 186 applications that are being reviewed and processed.
Okay.
So.
All right, great. Thank you very much. So July 31st, folks that are concerned about whether or not they're able to afford this and would like to apply for some relief if they're eligible. So thank you very much, and I'll move approval.
We have a motion by Commissioner Overman, seconded by Commissioner Smith. Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you. And I just want to point out that we think of stormwater flooding as a coastal issue, but just with this last storm that really did very little damage except a lot of rain, there's an area in Manatee County or Sarasota County just south of the Mayaca River. It's well inland. It's like on the same line with Waimama, you know, and that's where neighborhoods were, their streets were up to over their knees in this area. Nobody expected to need flood insurance, and they were sandbagging their doors and garages 3 and 4 bags high and taking not just canoes and kayaks, but little John boats down the flooded streets. That's how deep it was. Partly this is, you know, the result of developing in floodplains and wetland areas that are supposed to absorb or have historically absorbed those waters. And so that's something to be mindful of as well. But it's also in our county, often, not this time, but often the very upper reaches of the Alafaya and the Little Manatee River that floods as water is just stormwater runoff, rainwater collecting and running off. So it's a different thing than the coastal flooding, but it's just as devastating if your home is flooded. So we have to keep all that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. And did you recognize Shell Point Road in the pictures? I thought you might drive by that frequently. But this also goes hand in hand with our wetlands, I think, and recognizing that our wetlands not only lower our insurance rates, actually, but are working hand in hand to absorb that water when needed. So it's always important to recognize the great value of that in this county. And with that, and seeing no further comments, we have a motion by Commissioner Overman, seconded by Commissioner Smith. Please record your votes.
Motion carried, 6-0.
Ms. Wise.
Thank you. The next item is item B3. Kevin Brickey with Management and Budget will present the next two items. This first one is for an agreement with Sweetwater Organic Community Farm.
Thank you and good morning. Kevin Brickey, Management and Budget. Item B3, Commissioners, is asking you to approve a resolution and the related funding agreement allocating up to $100,000 in funding to Sweetwater Organic Community Farm Incorporated for improvements at its Sweetwater Farm and its farm store cafe located in Tampa. Funding for this agreement is included in the adopted FY21 budget, and the funding request and plan have been positively reviewed by staff. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see no commissioners. Do we have a motion?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Overman, seconded by Commissioner Myers. And I'd just like to say that I'm really appreciative to staff for working this out. I think Sweetwater Farm out in town and country area is an incredible community asset, and they do a wonderful job. And they've been there for 30 years producing organic food for the community as a not-for-profit, and it's really a community treasure as far as I'm concerned. They have had great events, just educated tens of thousands, literally, of school children over time, summer camps, and during the year, and involving them in how to grow food organically and how to cook it and do all kinds of things. And it's really a great community asset that I'm really proud of. We, to my shock, practically lost it about 2 or 3 years ago. Was almost just sold to be developed, and it would have been a huge, enormous loss. And I didn't find out about it until we didn't lose it, but I certainly want to make sure that it is there forever for us, because it's so important in that community, and for us as a whole. It's a real model. We were doing it long before here in Hillsborough County, long before the kind of community gardens ever took hold, and it is a big place and an important place. So I put this originally last year as an item that I wanted to see supported in last year's budget, and appreciate this board's support for it, but I also think it's just, it's a wonderful investment for us. And with that, we have a motion by Commissioner Overman, seconded by Commissioner Myers, and seeing no further comments, please record your vote.
Motion carried, 6-0.
Thank you. Commissioner, item B4, ask you to approve an FY20 budget amendment to appropriate the $169 million of proceeds from the 2021A utility revenue bonds to water wastewater projects and to accommodate associated issuance costs. The budget amendment also will appropriate the $19.5 million of proceeds from the 2021B utility refunding revenue bonds to refund the currently outstanding Series 2010C bonds and fund associated costs. This refunding of the 2010C bonds will generate $300,000 of annual interest savings. With that, I would ask for approval.
Move approval.
Second.
And who moved approval? Commissioner Smith moved approval, seconded by Commissioner Myers. Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Thank you. You know, it's not every day that we get an opportunity to save a bunch of money. But in this particular case, there's reasons. I just wanted to say thank you to our amazing finance team. We recently, and I was looking for it so I could reference it, but there is, actually I did find it. There's a report recently on our credit ratings, of reviewing our credit ratings and reviewing our outstanding debt and how we've gone about managing our finances. And we actually, in my opinion, and based on the ratings that we've gotten from the various different agencies, are rocking it, are doing a great job of managing our debt and managing our credit and managing our budgets in a way that would put us at the highest rating. That is a comment and a compliment to our talent and as well as our fiscal responsibilities. So as it relates to this particular item, we're able to save some dollars and actually do some rework on our debt here. And I just want to thank the staff, Ms. Wise, and your leadership, not only in the past in your prior role, but in continuing that as county administrator and continuing to be financially and fiscally responsible for our taxpayer dollars. And with that, that's why I made the motion to approve.
Seeing no further comments at this time, I had the motion to approve by Commissioner Smith.
Oh, great. You made this.
Just wanted to clarify that I had this correct.
Go right ahead. I'm sorry.
Commissioner Smith and seconded by Commissioner Myers. And seeing no further comment, please record your vote.
Motion carried 6-0.
Thank you. Ms. Wise?
Thank you. And thank you for those comments. And those comments are helpful, and it does reflect the financial aspect and acumen and the work with the county attorney's office, but it's also a reflection on the board and your diligence, and that is part of the rating process as well. So I didn't want that to go unrecognized.
Thank you.
Alrighty, the next item is item B5, and this is an item for water resources and a budget amendment to reflect the rate consultant's recommendations. Beth Chanella will report on this item.
Thank you, Bonnie, and good morning, Commissioners. Beth Chanella, Director, Water Resources Department. Item B5 requests the approval of fiscal year 21 budget amendment resolution to appropriate $74,287,355 from the Water Resources Impact Fee Reserves to support the Department's South County system expansion capital projects as follows. Approximately $36.1 million to the Operating and Maintenance Fund, approximately $36.4 million to the Debt Service Sinking Fund, and approximately, excuse me, $1.8 million to the Capital Improvement Fund. This action decreases the current impact fee reserves to approximately $5.4 million, realigns $4.3 approximately within the department's Renewal and Replacement Fund, and close to $10.3 million within the Capital Improvement Fund. This all to principally support the department's South County system expansion capital projects. In addition, if you don't mind my adding, you'll note in the backup to this item, the department's rate consultant has issued a statement addressing the large accumulated balance in the impact fee fund. Normally, transfers are made annually. However, these transfers did not occur for several years due to a lack of internal procedures to do so. This budget amendment addresses those missed transfers and aligns the use of the funds to better the system and support the capital improvement plan. A procedure has since been established with the department and in partnership with the clerk's office to ensure annual transfers occur as appropriate. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Cohen, you're recognized.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to comment. During the period when we were away, there was a pretty comprehensive article in the Tampa Bay Times about a lot of the water challenges that we've been having in South County. And, you know, I wanted to just point out that this, in addition to the work that is being done at Tampa Bay Water, which is concurrent to the work we are doing, this is really what's taking us to solving that problem. It's just going to take us 6 to 8 years to get there and an awful lot of money. But if we don't do this, we're never ever going to stop receiving phone calls from people in South County that don't have any water pressure. So I want to just compliment particularly our water department on how much work they are going to be doing over the next 6 to 8 years to bring additional sources of water and pressure online in South County, and they're going to do that concurrently with a major investment by Tampa Bay Water. And I'll move approval of this item.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Cohen and seconded by Commissioner Smith and Commissioner Overman. Seeing no further comments, with your pre-compliment to all their work, seeing no further comments, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Ms. Wise.
Thank you. It's close to 11, but I'm not quite sure the folks are available for the 11 o'clock. And the next item is to present the budget. That is going to take a little bit of time, and so I don't want to hold up the sheriff or Representative Learned. So I don't know if maybe we could
Move to waive the rules.
Can we see if they're available to the clerk's office to see if they're available?
I do see the sheriff's office on the screen.
Do we see Representative Learned by some chance?
He's not on just yet.
I can talk slowly if we want to rule.
Okay. Well, I guess you did move to waive the rules. Do we need to vote on that first?
Do we have, and you made the motion, Commissioner
Yeah.
Cohen, to waive the rules, and second by Commissioner Myers. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
So I can do a
Motion
little
carries
bit.
7-0.
Sorry. Right, so the next item is Commissioner Overman's item, 11 o'clock item, to approve a resolution as submitted in the backup supporting the designation of the portion of State Road 60 between I-75 and Philip Lee Boulevard in Hillsborough County as Sergeant Brian Levine Road. And we have some invited guests. This would be Commissioner Overman's item.
Commissioner Overman?
Thank you very much. This item is actually to designate a portion of State Road 60 between I-75 and the Philip Lee Boulevard in Hillsborough County as the Sergeant Bryant Levine Road. Earlier this year, the road designation bills, State Bill 1716 and its companion House bill, unanimously was approved. The legislation fallen hero law enforcement officers from the Tampa Bay area were included to be Deputy Michael J. Magley, Sergeant Brian Levine, and Officer Jesse Madsen, and it directed Florida Department of Transportation to erect suitable markers for each of them. The state law does require appropriate city and county commissions to pass a resolution supporting the designation prior to the erection of the markers, and the cost of erecting suitable markers would be absorbed with FDOT's existing resources. Tomorrow, the City of Tampa will take action for Officer Madsen's road designation. Today, we are gathered to honor Sergeant Levine, who was killed on January 11th of 2021 when his patrol car was intentionally rammed by another vehicle on West Lumsden Road near South Kings Avenue in Brandon. He was killed the day before his last scheduled shift before retirement. And I can't tell you how painful it was to witness, not only from the Sheriff's Department, but the families as well as the community who grieved this fallen hero that has served our county well, as well as Officer Madsen, who will be honored by the City of Tampa tomorrow. I had met Officer Madsen prior to his heroic act of approaching a car that was going the wrong way on 275. And it's these fallen heroes that we honor, not only today, but also tomorrow with the City of Tampa. This board has rightfully honored Sergeant Levine as the fallen first responder, and today's action further honors him and his ultimate sacrifice for our community. We're joined today by Sheriff Chad Chronister and hopefully soon by State Representative Andrew Learned. And I want to thank you both for joining us today. Unfortunately, Sheriff Levine's family were not able to join us today, and they send their regrets of not being able to attend today. But Sheriff Chronister, would you like to say a few words in honor of this event?
Commissioner Overman, good morning. This is Colonel Kyle Robinson, speaking on behalf of Sheriff Cronister. And Commissioner, thank you on behalf of the Sheriff and all the men and women of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office for proposing this resolution designating the portion of Highway 60, Sergeant Brian Levine Road. Thank you, Chair Kemp and the entire board for your support of this resolution. You know, the loss of Sergeant Levine in January, as you said, Commissioner, just one day before his scheduled retirement was devastating to his family, the Sheriff's Office family, and certainly this community. Brian Levine had a positive impact on everyone. In fact, he trained me 26 years ago, and I know I will personally never forget him. But by naming a portion of Highway 60 in his honor, this board has ensured that this community will never forget Sergeant Brian Levine as well. So thank you for this, and thank you for this board and all this board does to serve our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those words, and thank you very much for being here today. I did see briefly on the screen as it popped by that State Representative Andrew Learned has joined us. Representative Learned, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you for having me. You know, what happened with Sergeant Levine rocked our community in a way that's really hard to fathom. This is personal for me. Aaron used to work for me. His wife Kathy and I have been friends, and you know, tragically losing an officer 2 shifts away from a 30-year retirement. Really, there's just no words for it. But this is not about how we lost Sergeant Levine and that night and what he did in the line of duty for all of us to keep us safe. It's how we lived. It's for the 29 years, 361 days we had with the sergeant and the impact that he had on our entire community. I know the state, the nation, we've all done our part to memorialize Sergeant Levine with the Highway 60 memorial, and I would just urge the county to follow suit and make sure we do right by the sergeant. It was funny, I was talking to his daughter, who is an officer in her own right, a deputy with Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. The Falkenberg intersection is on the way to work for hundreds of Hillsborough County officers every single day at the District 2 facility off Falkenberg. And this will be a daily reminder to every officer who puts on the uniform, everybody in Brandon who commutes in and out of the city of Tampa, and certainly the family of our state, our nation, and our county's commitment to never forgetting Sergeant Levine and the life he lived serving and protecting all of us. Thank you.
And thank you, Representative Learned, for partnering with us on moving this forward, and I truly appreciate it and appreciate your words. That obviously we're all heartfelt on this particular issue, and having an opportunity to keep his memory in our forefront is critically important. So with that, I move approval to the resolution that's submitted in the backup materials supporting the designation of a portion of State Road 60 between I-75 and Philip Lee Boulevard in Hillsborough County as the Sergeant Brian Levine Road.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Overman, seconded by Commissioner Cohen. And seeing no further comments, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you.
Ms. Wise.
Thank you. The next item is item C1, and this is delivery of the fiscal year 22 recommended budget. So I'll start, and then Kevin Brickey will follow me. And I'm pleased to present this budget today. You should have hard copies in your offices already. Over this summer, the board will have the opportunity to make this budget your own, and we will have final adoption occurring on September 23rd. The fiscal year 22 budget is balanced. while maintaining general fund reserves between 20 and 25%, which is consistent with the board's policy. The county also continues to maintain its AAA general obligation bond rating from all 3 credit rating agencies, while proudly achieving an upgrade to our utility system bonds. Over the past year and a half, the pandemic has presented some significant financial and service delivery challenges. However, our employees and community have remained resilient and committed to thriving despite these obstacles. Revenues have generally recovered more quickly than anticipated, and ad valorem taxable values have continued to grow at a rate above average historical levels, especially because of a robust housing market. Tourism is thriving, businesses are growing, and we are now on the road to recovery. Additionally, federal funding programs such as CARES, Emergency Rental Assistance, FEMA, and the recently approved American Rescue Plan Act have been instrumental in backstopping critical incremental funding needs. These funds are also allowing us to provide much-needed emergency assistance to county residents, businesses, and nonprofits. Generally, available growth revenues have not been as strong as in the past years, but they have been sufficient to continue supporting current service levels, as well as providing for certain one-time investments, which will later be discussed. The county's unincorporated area general fund continues to be one of our great concerns. This fund provides critical municipal services to unincorporated area residences, such as law enforcement, fire rescue services, transportation, parks, and code enforcement. At current insufficient funding levels, service delivery is struggling to keep pace with significant growth in the unincorporated area. I appreciate your continued commitment to helping staff identify and address community needs. Whether this is for fire rescue, parks, utilities, or others, your unwavering support and attention is appreciated and has yielded significant results. At this point, I'll turn it over to Kevin Brickey, Director of Management and Budget, who will provide a short presentation on the fiscal year 22 budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wise. I will share my screen. Is that sharing?
Here we have it.
Thank you. So, as Ms. Wise, in her introduction, today is...
Excuse me, Kevin, sorry to interrupt you. If you could just full screen it for us.
Oh, is there something?
And if you go to display settings on the top, and then you're going to duplicate slideshow.
Oh, thank you. Is that working now?
Just click on it for me. Or swapped. Yep, there you go. Excellent. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. So the recommended budget for FY22 is $7.14 billion. And the budget is spread across a number of categories. The sheriff is about $496 million, or about 17% of the total budget. Enterprise funds for water, wastewater, solid waste are about 14.2%. Healthcare services, 8.1%. Fire rescue, 7.3%. That's nearly half of the total budget in those 4 areas. Public safety, the sheriff, and fire rescue on their own accounts for about 24.5% of the total budget. The budget has increased over the FY21 adopted budget by a total of $44 million. And that includes the American Rescue Plan dollars are in the budget, awaiting to be planned out. They're currently in reserves. Turning to our countywide general fund, an area where the board has more flexibility along with the unincorporated area general fund. The countywide general fund, the recommended budget is $1.12 billion. Again, the sheriff operations are an important part of that, about 41% of the countywide general fund budget, $335 million. That funds primarily jail and court type operations. And the other constitutional agencies, about 16.3%, human services, about 7.6%. That's about 2/3 of the total countywide budget in those three areas. The unincorporated area general fund for FY22 and the recommended budget is $604 million. Fire rescue and the sheriff's operations for law enforcement are large areas in the unincorporated area general fund. They account for about 73% of the unincorporated area fund expenditures. Public Works is another 8.6%. In FY22, we're continuing to expect growth in our ad valorem revenues, even as COVID has impacted ad valorem revenues. We had impacts based on COVID on other revenues during FY20, particularly on sales taxes, tourist development taxes, fuel taxes. We can continue to have some impacts, but as Ms. Wise mentioned, we've been recovering from those fairly well. Our ad valorem revenues are growing at a somewhat slower rate than the past few years, which was about 9 to 10%. Now we're growing in about a 7.5% rate. And in FY22, we have about a $45 million increase in ad valorem revenues for the countywide general fund and about $20 million in the unincorporated area general fund. And this graph looks at 20 years of history of county taxable value growth. One can see in the early 2000s, the very strong housing market followed by the decline in taxable value growth in the late 09 and 10, and then a recovery and a slight decrease for FY22. The countywide general fund funds services for all countywide residents. The operating millage is 5.7309. That's about $1,146 on a home with an assessed value of $250,000. And it supports those services that we showed on the previous graph, the sheriff's operations, primarily jail operations, the clerk of the court, supervisor of elections, court operations, human services, economic development, affordable housing, emergency management, and others. The unincorporated area general fund primarily funds services to those in the unincorporated area, and those are for services that typically a city government provides to its residents. We provide that through you, the BOCC, for the unincorporated area. And that operating millage is 4.3745, and it's $875 on an assessed value of $250,000. Those operating millages are lower than the cities are, and the services provided, again, the sheriff, primarily patrol operations, law enforcement, fire rescue, parks and rec, code enforcement, development services, and public works are all important areas funded in the unincorporated area general fund. Looking at the countywide general fund, we have an increase in sources of about $82 million. Again, about 44 is ad valorem increases. We have some increases in one-time funding in our fund balance, about $34 million. And we have a number of changes in uses. Our constitutional officers, an increase of about $12.1 million. Technology and equipment, $2.4 million. Compensation costs in the countywide general fund, $4.5 million. And others, about $7 million. In this fund, we have about $14.3 million available for other uses that may be identified over the summer by the board for inclusion in the adopted budget. On the unincorporated side, we have a similar story. The fund is somewhat smaller. Ad valorem has increased about $20 million. One-time sources about $23 million. We have a total increase of sources of about $39 million. And we have similar uses as well. Constitutional officers, $5.8 million. That's primarily the sheriff. It's also important to note here that, again, the sheriff has not asked for the 59 or 60 new deputies for FY22, so that's been quite a help as we developed this budget. We also have technology and equipment, $2.5 million, compensation costs, $6.4 million. We have a fire station rebuild for Thanatasasa, $4.7 million. Transportation resurfacing the sidewalks, about $5 million. On the bottom line, we have about $3.5 million available that the board may identify uses over the summer. Looking at some of the specific additions to those two general funds, looking in the public safety area, countywide, we had some additions for mosquito control equipment and disaster funding. Unincorporated, we had the fire station rebuild. We have a new rescue unit for fire rescue. And we have the increased continuation funding for the sheriff. Transportation and parks, there's funding in the countywide fund for additional land use projects and studies, which are important as we continue to grow. Funding for improvements at All People's Life Center. And in the unincorporated fund, funding for resurfacing and sidewalk repair and park site renovations. Looking at technologies and facilities, countywide, we have a number of technology improvements, which include cybersecurity, modernization of IT infrastructure, and disaster recovery. We also have enhanced funding for our financial system improvements. And in both funds, we have increased facility costs for new county facilities and enhanced security at county facilities. Then in the area of investing in people and partners, countywide, we have funding for diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. In both funds, we have the compensation adjustments that we have discussed and other increased funding for constitutional officers and outside agencies in addition to the sheriff. Our reserves remain healthy. We have had reserves over the last number of years, as has been mentioned in the past, that support AAA ratings from those 3 credit rating agencies for our general obligation rating. The board has a policy to maintain reserves between 20 and 25% in the general funds, and we have done that for a number of years since FY10 and continue to maintain that. Our general obligation ratings remain at AAA, and those have been recently reaffirmed by the credit rating agencies in the spring, and we were very pleased with that. Even in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, we were able to maintain a strong financial position. Our CIT bonds continue to be highly rated, and as Ms. Wise mentioned on the enterprise funds, we did receive a recent upgrading in September 2020 from Fitch on our solid waste bonds to AA-. During the recent reaffirmation of our general obligation ratings, we received some favorable comments from rating agencies regarding our management practices, that we have sound policies that support strong financial operating profile. We have a low long-term liability burden and strong financial performance. S&P noted our strong financial policies and practice that meet their methodology. And S&P also noted that our GEO bonds were eligible to be related above the U.S. rating because they believe the county can maintain better characteristics than the U.S. As a whole. And they also mentioned that Hillsborough County maintains a strong and diverse and expanding economy. Looking at our debt per resident, we maintain a position in the middle of the pack. We have about $782 of debt per resident. That's, again, about middle level among these large counties. Some have a fair amount more. Certainly one of the important things that are coming up is the American Rescue Plan. As I mentioned, we do have that in the recommended budget. We have it reserved. The $285 million in direct payments to Hillsborough County will come in two tranches. One came in the spring, one will come in next spring. And the expenditure deadline is December 31st. Staff is currently developing a plan for BOCC consideration and in August, and we would hope to incorporate that plan in the adopted FY22 budget. Looking forward to the calendar for the budget reconciliation meeting will be on July 29th. That will be an in-person meeting, as at that meeting we will have flagged items, of course, but we will also have, per Florida statute, vote on the trim millage, and so votes will need to be taken, and so we will have an in-person quorum on that meeting. The public hearings on September 8th, the first one, will adopt the tentative budget and millages, and September 23rd is when the board will adopt the final budget and millage. We will again have our customary flagging process where we gather commissioner identified items for consideration at the July 29th reconciliation meeting. The board will discuss and vote on those items. There will be an opportunity during the last public hearing also to vote on additional flagged items as may come up. Again, we have about $14.3 million in the recommended budget of available funds countywide and $3.5 million in available funds unincorporated. With that, I thank you and am available for questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate it. And thank you, Mr. Brickey, for your report. It's very, very helpful to see that and looking at how we've adjusted to the challenges of the pandemic and how well our ad valorem dollars have actually recovered. And obviously, we've seen significant increase in our estimates, both countywide, but also specifically in the unincorporated county area. I'd like to also have a better understanding, and it may be in the backup, which we got yesterday afternoon, so I recognize this is maybe a premature question, but I would like to see the difference in the ad valorem increase that we saw, the changes, as it pertains to commercial properties, rural properties, and housing. Because I think it's also important for us to recognize that while things have gotten better, I believe all of us are highly aware of our real estate market when it comes to residential real estate. And as someone who is working very hard to create additional, not only affordable housing in its federal definition, but also looking for ways that in our planning we create naturally occurring affordable housing, I think it's important for us to recognize where these changes came from. If they've come in market value increases, so, over the last year, because this is based on last December's valuations, not current today, but we've seen this increase over time. If a majority of the ad valorem increase is due to residential housing, it not only shares with us that people are doing well by owning homes, but also helps us understand why there is such a large population of people in Hillsborough County that can't find a place to live, that work here. And I think that's an important part of where we go with our budget, to recognize the impact of that economic impact. So if we could gather that document for the next round of briefings, that would be terrific, and I would appreciate that. I mentioned earlier that our ratings and our great financial team, that's evidenced in this report too, that references both our rating agencies' opinions on how well we're doing. So it looks like we're doing a great job of managing our debt and our finances, and I look forward to the reconciliation process so that we can bring those areas of our passion, and as well as the need in our communities to be able to address citizens' needs. And I'll stop there.
Commissioner Cohen, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I will be very brief. I look forward to the reconciliation process, working with everyone over the next few weeks. Commissioner Overman alluded to this a little earlier. She just about said it, and I talked about it a little when we evaluated the county administrator, but I could not help but be struck by the words on page 19, and I didn't know if maybe they somehow, I just wanted to make sure to highlight the following quote from Standard & Poor's. Hillsborough County's GO bonds are eligible to be rated above the sovereign because we believe the county can maintain better credit characteristics than the United States in a stress scenario. I have never seen that written before. Perhaps you have all seen it in the past, but to say that the county's fiscal policies are more reliable than that of the federal government really says something about the financial stewardship that is at play here. And I couldn't help but be struck by the statement and wanting to just highlight it for the public, because it really speaks very highly to the professionalism of our staff and to this budget process.
Commissioner Myers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. County Administrator Bonnie Wise, you and your team just hit a grand slam. The presentation of the budget, a balanced budget, reserve funds remain healthy, our credit ratings remain at AAA, and so we thank you for all that you all have done in presenting this budget to us today. So I just wanted to acknowledge you and your staff.
Commissioner Hagan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too will be real brief. I like where Commissioner Overman was going on the ad valorem increase. I'll be interested in seeing that information. And if I'm not mistaken, Ms. Wise said in her presentation that it was the robust housing market that really helped drive the economic recovery. So I would be interested in seeing more information on that. The second thing regarding the American Rescue Plan, Commissioner Overman and I were at for Association of Counties, and we sat in during one of the sessions on ARP, and I didn't know this, maybe she did, and maybe the other board members knew this, but the federal government's allowing us to invest the payments that we get, which my understanding is unusual. But secondly, any interest earned on that can be used, does not have the conditions or restrictions as the direct payments themselves. So I had never learned that. I mean, I didn't know that. Maybe you did or others, but just want to point that out, that they can potentially give us some flexibility on how we decide to invest our payments. So just wanted to point that out.
Thank you. I'll just say again, you know, and I've been all over this for a number of years, so I am pleased to see the distinctions made between the unincorporated county and the countywide dollars. And I think it's really important for the public to understand that we don't have one general fund, but we have two general funds. And our countywide fund is doing very, very well. It's more than twice as large, I saw in new revenues, as, I think that was new revenues that I saw, as our unincorporated fund. It makes sense. The countywide fund is 5.7 mils. The unincorporated is 4.3 mils. And when you saw the comparisons to Temple Terrace, Plant City, and the city of Tampa, which are our comparisons for what I call the city of unincorporated Hillsborough County, 1 million people in unincorporated Hillsborough County, We have 4.3 mills. Each of those have more. City of Tampa and Temple Terrace have over 6 mills, and Temple Terrace is close to that. We are collecting far lower tax rate on that. And I think it's, despite all the good numbers here, I think it's important for us to understand and to acknowledge and to know that our unincorporated fund is so stressed and that is what pays for our roads and our services in unincorporated county, that the stormwater, the fire rescue, the sheriffs in unincorporated county. So that is just really important to understand how desperately, stressed and has been for a decade, our unincorporated funds, because we often hear good news, and I want to say good news, but the countywide is there, and we're able to provide things in our countywide, but not in our unincorporated fund. As well, my one caution about the reserves that I would just like to put out there is that's the one thing today that we didn't see a presentation on, the reserve funds of unincorporated versus the reserve funds of countywide. Those were put together. And actually the countywide reserve is wholly boosting the unincorporated reserves. And I really feel like in the future that each reserve fund should be allocated appropriately to be the reserve for that actual fund. And by not having that, we're losing tens of millions that could be used on things that are countywide services. For instance, our aging services, our elder services, our affordable housing, any of those others are instead put into the reserves, bolstering the unincorporated reserves. So those are concerns I have, and I do appreciate the strong, as you know, I've talked about it over the years, and I'm very appreciative that this is broken out this way. I think it's extremely important, but I'll just put those forward as general concerns that I have, as particularly for newer board members who maybe aren't as familiar with the budget as we move forward in the future. And with that, I don't think we need anything else here. It's just Ms. Wise.
Yeah, that's all. Thank you very much, and thank you for your comments. The next item is Commissioner Overman's item F2. This is to direct staff to bring back a report regarding possible implementation of a recertification process. With that, Commissioner Overman.
Commissioner Overman.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. As Commissioner Hagan mentioned, we both attended the Florida Association of Counties conference recently, and I got a chance to actually meet with the leaders in that area that were dealing with what was happening in Surfside. I ran across Sally Heyman, who actually is the Miami-Dade County Commissioner, and she had been dealing with and thanked us for us sending our emergency team down to assist in the recovery and rescue actions that were occurring in their community. Our thoughts and prayers go out to the victims of Surfside, of the tragedy, as well as their family and friends, and and appreciate those first responders that that stepped to the plate and actually had to deal with the tragedy that was occurring at the time. What she shared with me was the phone call she had just received, which was part of the emergency team that had discovered that there were more than a dozen or almost a dozen children that had been away at camp when that tragedy occurred. They came home and they had no home, and there was no understanding about where their family members were when that building collapsed. All of a sudden, she was now dealing with not only a crisis of loss of life, but also a crisis of loss of livelihood for several children that had been away. That kind of tragedy hits home in so many ways. And the tragedy brought to the forefront the importance of maintaining the structural integrity of buildings built before we had stringent building code regulation that were instituted in Hillsborough County and across the state of Florida, specifically more after Andrew and throughout the years. In light of the collapse of the Champlain Towers South, buildings all over Miami-Dade, Florida are being re-inspected ahead of the required 40-year deadline to ensure that this type of tragedy doesn't happen again. We saw that a couple of days ago that the Miami-Dade courthouse was closed down. Employees were sent home because they were found, when they audited the building, that there were some challenges that might create an unsafe condition. So Miami-Dade is not only sending out inspectors for its aging building stock, but also considering changes in the required reinspection cycle as other jurisdictions are across the state. My intent with this item is to ask staff to come back with the best practices learned, good guidance on means of reducing the risk of building failures within our county. And a good starting point might be implementing the Miami-Dade and Broward County recertification programs here in Hillsborough, as they've been in place for many years and actually have appeared to have reduced the risk. In Hillsborough County, we have risks. We have buildings that are greater than 40 years. We have buildings that are on waterfront and waterfront areas, along with stormwater flooding areas that can cause a problem with structural impacts with buildings. We have saltwater and freshwater resources that act in our county that could cause a problem in a structural building. And many of them are actually within our cities because, or in our city areas, specifically the city of Tampa, as well as Temple Terrace and Plant City. So I know that we're going to need to work with those municipalities as well when looking to adopt something that would go into place so that it was not only in the unincorporated area, but also countywide. So with that, I'd like to move to direct staff to bring back to the Board of County Commission a report on possible implementation of a recertification process to audit buildings and model after the Broward and or Miami-Dade counties 40-year safety inspection program for consideration and partnership with our municipalities. Sure.
Commissioner Cohen, you're recognized.
Point of clarification, you're asking the staff to explore different ways of tackling this process. We're not actually saying it has to be any certain way. We're going to give them some leeway in terms of what types of ideas they explore.
Can I respond?
Sure.
Yeah, sure. Exactly.
Yeah.
The goal here is, I mean, the programs that have been in place for Broward and Miami-Dade have been good programs. There are still challenges with it, but from what I understand from the research that I've done so far, they've done a very good job of capturing where buildings have been at risk. The key here is what is done after that, and based on our environmental circumstances and our environmental risks to a building, as well as the number of buildings here in Hillsborough County that would be subject to their rules as it stands, what are we looking at? And so until we understand, not only audit how many buildings using their method would we need to evaluate and go through that process, and what does that look like, and how do we manage the rollout, that's where all those items need to be explored before we just adopt a wheel that isn't broken, but may not necessarily help us get where we want to go.
Excellent. And let me just say, as someone who many years ago was the president of a condominium association in a high-rise building, it has been my experience that it would be very, very important to determine whether or not these buildings are putting away in reserve what they are supposed to be. I don't know the degree to which the county can exercise authority over that. I believe it's been the state in the past that looks into that. But I will tell you from my experience that if there is going to be a problem, it's going to be many years in the making, and by the time they get to it, just like this one, the numbers are so astronomical that the people in the building can't possibly afford to pay it. So whatever we do, I would like to ask that it involves some type of examination of whether or not these buildings are meeting their obligations, and figure out some way that if they're not, we can goad them into compliance as quickly as possible, because that is, at least for what I've observed, that's a lot of times where the rubber meets the road with these matters.
Agreed.
Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Overman, my question is, does it have to be modeled after the Broward and/or Miami-Dade programs?
I'm sorry, to answer your question, no. It's a framework to start. What we're asking staff is to look at it and see how we can best implement it to the point that Commissioner Cohen brought up, including an examination of reserves that meet state guidelines for buildings that are required to maintain reserves for repair.
Mm-hmm.
Those are typically your condominiums, your office buildings, those timeshares, for example. I mean, there's a variety of state regulations that are in place, but unless an audit or a change of management occurs, it may not actually be done. So I think this is a starting place, because I think it's critically important that we find a good solution so that we don't see this kind of tragedy occur in Hillsborough County.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that staff has the freedom to look at perhaps other counties in Florida, counties outside of Florida, and even perhaps bring some unique ideas to the board. Would you be agreeable to an amendment that just strikes the Broward and Miami-Dade language and just gives the staff just an open slate to explore 40-year inspection programs?
I'm not opposed to that. So yes,
Okay.
You can make that amendment.
I'll offer an amendment to just strike the Broward and Miami-Dade language and just direct staff to just explore in any and all avenues for a 40-year building safety inspection program to bring to the board.
Can I comment on that?
Mm-hmm.
I'll second your motion.
Okay.
But I would like to make sure that it doesn't delay the process, because we're in hurricane season, folks. And we've been very, very blessed that the storm, if this last storm had been a Category 4, we would have, more than likely, we would have buildings in Hillsborough County that would have suffered significant damage, because we haven't had, a program like this. So I would like to your point, I agree that necessarily doing what everybody else is doing isn't necessarily always the best plan, but I would like to make sure that we do this as quickly as possible. So that's why I'll support the amendment.
I guess we could vote on the amendment, or if you would want to restate your motion.
Sure, I'll restate it. If you're amenable to that, Commissioner White? Okay. I'll go back and find it. So I move to direct staff to bring back to the BOCC a report on possible implementation of a recertification program to audit buildings, modeled in the best solution we can find, but keeping in mind what Broward and Miami-Dade have put into place.
Okay, and are you still seconding?
And to include,
we're getting it all filled in.
To include within that report a factor that would include the reserves required as mandated by the state.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Overman, seconded by Commissioner Cohen. I see no further comments to be made, so please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Ms. Wise.
The next item is item G2. Commissioner Myers had asked us to bring back an update on the 2020 U.S. Census and status of redistricting. There's a written report in your backup, and Brandon Wagner is here to present this item.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Brandon Wagner, Chief Government Relations and Strategic Services Administrator. Agenda item G2 is an update on the status of the...
I'm having a little trouble hearing. Maybe you could move closer.
Sure. Is that better, Commissioner?
A little bit. I don't know if there's anything else we can do, but
Sir, if you go down to where your mute button is in the WebEx session,
yes,
and there's a little down arrow.
Got it.
Click on that for me and then go to settings. When you click into settings, you're going to see microphone input volume with a little scroll bar.
Yes.
Just scroll that bar over to me to the right.
Okay. Done.
And is it all the way down to all the way to the right?
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner, is that better?
that's better, yes.
Okay, I'll speak up. I apologize. Again, good morning. Brandon Wagner, Government Relations and Strategic Services, here to provide a very brief report on the update requested by the board on the status of the census and the reapportionment process. As you well know, in 2020, the U.S. Census Bureau conducted the once every 10-year federal census process. Like many other activities that took place in 2020, the census was affected by COVID-19, and it caused some significant delays in the collection and processing of data necessary to conduct the reapportionment process. Presently, the U.S. Census Bureau has only released information to the states on the apportionment of the U.S. House of Representatives and state population information. The information necessary to do redistricting at the state and local level is anticipated to be released by August 16th of 2021. With that in mind, the Hillsborough County Charter and state statutes both speak to the reapportionment process. The charter spells out a process and a timeline, giving the board 120 days to reapportion districts 1 through 4 after certification of the census, which again is to occur by August 16th. Florida statutes also allows changes to district boundaries, but they can only occur in odd-numbered years. So that means you would have to complete the process by the conclusion of 2021. With those things in mind, including the delays caused by COVID-19, it's created a more narrow time frame for the board to complete that process and satisfy the charter and state statutes. As you think to the process, once the proposed boundaries are set, the board is required to advertise and give notice for 4 consecutive weeks. If there are any substantial changes to those proposed maps, it requires additional advertisement and additional public meetings. This report or update contains 4 options for the board to consider on how to conduct the reapportionment process. They are outlined in detail in the update, and it is our recommendation that the board consider what those options are and commence the process as soon as possible in order to meet those deadlines. With that, I'll conclude my report and happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Myers.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Brandon, for giving us this thorough report. I would like to make a motion to move and authorize the county administrator with the support from the county attorney's office to procure a consultant with the reapportionment experience and expertise to assist staff in the reapportionment process. We know that we must get all this done on the census by year end. It is fast approaching, and to have the opportunity to have a consultant to assist staff would be the appropriate thing for us to do.
We have a motion by Commissioner Myers.
I'll second that discussion.
We have a second for discussion. Commissioner Hagan.
Thank you. Just a couple of comments. When I looked at the report, honestly, I would only be able to support either the 3rd or 4th bullet here, and I think Commissioner Myers' motion is the 4th one. And just want to say that having gone through this process 10 years ago, and I watched closely in 2001, in fact, the very first time I ever came to a board meeting here was the last BOCC redistricting vote. In my mind, my understanding, staff has always been in charge of the reapportionment process, and to my knowledge, it has always been handled professionally and without problems. So I don't really see a reason to deviate from the previous efforts. I just want to point out that full transparency is critically important with this process. So it's important. I think it's important to the public knows that there will be numerous public meetings, public hearings here, but there'll be public meetings throughout the county, throughout this, as many as possible, in order to get as much public input as we can. I don't think we can stress that enough. But the bottom line, at the end of the day, this board's going to approve the maps. So no matter what process we go through, ultimately, we're going to be the ones in charge of adopting the new districts.
Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Thank you. Commissioner Myers, I would imagine that a consultant would be pretty expensive, probably in the six-figure range. Is there any particular reason that you're looking to go the route of the consultant versus it being handled at the staff level like it has been during past redistricting processes?
One of the reasons I brought up, made this motion is we know that our staff is more than capable of continuing to do this process. But we put a lot of stress on our staff with other things that are coming up. And so for those reasons, I looked at perhaps having a consultant. Now, Mary Helen Ferris, Mary Helen Ferris is extremely knowledgeable and very good, but she does a lot for us and her staff and County Attorney Beck. And, you know, we don't want to overwork our staff on other items that's coming up. We know we have transportation that's coming up. Yes, 10 years have gone and passed, but now, you know, we can look at things differently. I'm sure we have some consultants out there can do this work, but the bottom line, I do agree with Commissioner Hagan. It is coming back to us for approval of everything.
Yeah, I do think I support, I'm more in favor of bullet point 2 or 3. The scenario with bullet point number 2 would be that we could utilize planning commission staff, but under either scenario, we wouldn't have the added expense of a consultant. One thing I'd like to request is the board minutes, and if available, a transcript of the meeting where this process was launched 10 years ago. I'd also, this second request is more of an informal request, but I'd like for staff to seek out sources with the institutional knowledge necessary to provide the board information on key staff members who participated in this process at that time. I mean, I do ask, rhetorically, what's broken about the process that's always been used, which is that it's been a staff-driven process. I would like to understand costs of a consultant. Now, Ms. Wise does have board delegated authority to move forward, and she, assuming that it's less than, I believe, $250,000, depending on how this motion's structured and whether or not it passes today, this could be a done deal. So I don't know if there's a way that we could incorporate, if we're going to go the consultant path, I don't know if there's a way that we can incorporate something that would require that that the board understand the cost first before we enter into any sort of an agreement with an outside consultant. I do agree with Commissioner Hagan that this process should be fair, transparent, open, honest, and defensible. And again, I'll just reiterate that I believe that our staff, or Planning Commission staff, is best positioned to do this in a way that is objective and transparent. Another thing that I'd like to offer, whether it's staff driving this or an outside consultant, is that the process should begin with an overlay of population changes over the current districts, with tweaks made to the district lines based upon the new population data without a lot of redistricting. In other words, what I'm suggesting is that we should instruct staff or the consultant, if that's the way we're going to go, to use a scalpel, not an axe. I also believe that it's very important that we make every effort to not divide communities among multiple districts. As tweaks are made, staff or the consultant should strive to place communities within the same district to the greatest extent possible. And my district seems to be the poster child for that problem. Ruskin's divided among a couple of different county commission districts. I believe Riverview is divided among 3 county commission districts. Brandon's divided into 2 or 3, I believe 3. Valrico is divided into 2 county commission districts. We really have to respect these community lines and community boundaries as we move forward with this process. But I don't know that I can support a motion to just go right out there and just authorize the county administrator to procure a consultant at this point. I'd love to hear more from my colleagues on where you stand on it.
Thank you. And I'm going to speak to this. I actually would only support number one, which would be us hiring that consultant, and not because I don't trust the county administrator or anything like that. I just don't think that that's the appropriate place to put the responsibility. It is our responsibility to do this. So if there's a consultant to be hired, I think we have to do it a process where we are just presented and we pick them, as we did more or less the consultant when we were looking at a hire for the county administrator's position, something like that. No ratings, no anything, if the staff just collects the names and brings them to us. I'd also not be supporting option number 2, or turning it over to the Planning Commission. So I'm there with option number 3 is, I think, the traditional way that we've done it, and that's where I think we should remain, just as a staff-driven internal process where we get this presented to us. I would like to also point out that by the time we get these, August 16th, if that indeed is the time we get this, we have to have some maps by October 10th at the latest. That's the latest, because there has to be 4 weeks of advertising. And just to check also, just to be certain on this, and I guess Brandon or Mary Helen would be the parties to answer this. On that date, or the date that we decide, we would have multiple maps advertised to the public. Is that correct?
I can speak to that. This is Mary Helen Ferris with the County Attorney's Office. In the past, once we got the numbers, our GIS folks, they probably have a different name now, would take those numbers and just have based on the one person, one vote. Then of course there's other layers. You don't want to define, you want to follow census boundaries. You try not to split precincts. The communities is also a big factor in that. And so we in the past have generated maps and then went out to the public to seek comments. We started with 4 maps in 2011. 2001, there weren't as many, but in 2011, I think we had maps A through J. So as the citizens spoke, we took their comments. We have all of this information on a CD, which I can provide to the board. Who made up the staff committee, every meeting we went to, every public comment card that was written, we have all of that information that we can provide.
Let me ask again, just to be clear too. So the A through J, for instance, in this process where we have to have, before the 4 weeks of advertising required under the charter, where we have to have multiple, or we have to have, would that be at the point where that A through J maps were generated before the 4 weeks of advertising?
Yes, there was, I believe, 2 board workshops where we presented the maps, and the board, I believe, narrowed those down. You don't want to advertise, all the maps, but you certainly can. Whichever maps the board wants to put forward, we advertise according to the charter, and then those will be taken to public hearing.
Okay. And just, typically we've gotten these figures back in March, the census
Correct.
figures, but, now we're getting them August 16th. So there's not going to be, I can't imagine, will all the public hearings take place? Would they take place during that 4-week advertising period?
Typically, that's really up to the board. I think that you want some public input before you should decide which maps you want to advertise. There may be some maps that are just unacceptable to the board and they don't need to go forward any further. But those determinations would be made at the work prior
Right.
to the
And
public
we
hearing
wouldn't,
and
I mean, you could do it without quote unquote public hearings, and public hearings imply a certain something. I mean, there could just be places where people could go see the maps if they wanted to.
Yes.
But because we were only required to have the October 10th to come up with the maps, and then the second would be when we necessarily pass this after the 4 weeks.
Correct.
Okay. And I would just, at this point, I could only be in support if there were a consultant hired, that it would be a board hire. I also, can appreciate, certainly we don't want communities divided, but that's already been done to such a great extent that I do think it will take more than a scalpel to reunite them, actually. So I don't see that happening. Also, there's been incredible changes in our numbers here in Hillsborough County. And District 3 was passed in 2010, especially with a low population. And that's going to have to be, for sure, remedied to some extent. So I see that those changes will have to be made. But with that, Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'm part of me has some questions, part of me has some comments, but I think I want to start with, I do hear, Commissioner, I hear the concern we have with breaking up the districts. Commissioner White, I have lived in an area where, one side of my neighborhood is represented by one person and another's the other, and I also recognize we're making a decision for 10 years. I do have a question on that, too. For example, Commissioner Cohen and Commissioner Myers have just run for election, have to run again. And what happens with the next year? I mean, what I don't want to see is our population, any part of our population that has to vote every 2 years for their commissioner. Is District 1 and District 3 in this process, depending on where the district lines end up going, because they're have to run again in 22, and I'm not really picking on your districts, but does that, that's why I'm asking though. So wherever after this change for 22, that those 2 seats would actually renew for a 4-year term, is that correct? I just wanted to make sure I wasn't clear on that. Okay, I thought so, but what I didn't want, if we're going to create a whole bunch of changes right now, having that change would be also important to our citizens and how they're looking at the map and where they live and who represents them. I also have some concerns about the timeline. The Planning Commission right now has got their hands full. We've got, several comp plan amendments. We still have WRV2 and RP2 on the agenda. We have a very busy schedule of plan amendments or comp plan amendments that had been delayed for a period of time that have to be met. So they have their hands full. They clearly have their hands full. But I also think it's important to recognize that we do keep it as transparent as possible. and eliminate any risk of having suddenly a whole new way of looking at it at the last minute. I don't want to see that happen either. So I was curious, in the process of hiring a consultant, should we go that direction? And while I'm not opposed to, obviously, we would have to approve it to some degree, depending on the cost. Having someone complement the Planning Commission as well as staff's work might accelerate or facilitate getting that timeline met, because we can't miss the timeline without a doubt. And we also need, as you pointed out, the need for citizens to be able to see the maps and participate in the process. I was curious about, have we used the libraries as a means of distributing the maps so the citizens can go when they are available to see it, rather than have to go to an outreach meeting. So I'm curious as to, with your motion, what elements of those items can be answered at this time, or should we?
Commissioner Overman, just to clarify one point you were making, and can speak to this, or Mary Helen Ferris, the Planning Commission's not involved unless we make them involved, just so you understand.
I understand, but if the consultant is hired to work in concert with the Planning Commission and
No,
staff,
the Planning Commission isn't necessarily they're not involved unless we put them involved.
Okay. So the motion didn't allow for that opportunity. Okay.
Just to be clear. And then with your question, again, the question you just asked was?
Well, in other words, what's the criteria for hiring the consultant? How long is that going to take, given our RFP process, and what will be their responsibilities? Because I would see it as an opportunity to augment the process, but if we're hiring an outside consultant, which I did hear at the FACT conference that a lot of counties are doing, so it's not, we're not stepping out of character for several counties that have decided, given the short timeline, that it's an appropriate course of action. But I'm curious, how would we go about finding one?
The county attorney's office did a little bit of research on that already, and they did find that some counties have hired consultants, some have not. And then we have Scott Stromer doing some analysis on how did they procure those consultants and whether it is something we could piggyback on. And that would be a quicker process, and to see how that process worked for them, and what suggestions or comments they had on their process as well. So we would start with that.
Okay.
Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you. And this is a great discussion. I really appreciate the way we're able to talk some of these things through. I find myself agreeing with Commissioner Hagan and Commissioner White with their concerns about hiring a consultant. I agree with Commissioner Hagan saying that the buck stops here. This is our responsibility. We are the elected officials who are charged with this responsibility in our charter. And farming this out to a consultant can be really fraught with problems, in my view, of handing off our responsibility to some unelected professional of some sort that then makes recommendations to us, and it becomes really, then that's presented as the expert thing that becomes difficult to really work with compared to the way it's been done in the past, with staff recommendation, with input from the public, with certainly plenty of transparency and input from the public. And that's the way I would prefer to go. Hiring the consultant is a lengthy process in itself, and we have very little time. We really need to leave time after our first big hearing that's advertised with however many maps for the possibility that there might be revisions that then need to be renoticed and gone out for another turn. The bullet point and the motion talked about requiring a consultant with redistricting experience, and that's certainly well motivated, given that Miami hired for their consultant Bill Galvano. We definitely want to avoid bringing in an outside political operative, not elected by our citizens, to tell us how to draw our districts. And the Planning Commission itself has kind of a similar problem, in my view, because those planning commissioners are appointed by us, but they're not elected by the citizens. They're appointed by us, and then they're also appointed by the cities, our planning commissioners. And so farming this out to the Planning Commission would give the cities a disproportionate voice over how the county commission districts should be drawn and the county commissioners should be elected. And so I think the process should have a lot of opportunity for public input, and also the motion and the bullet item said redistricting experience. Okay, that would be very restrictive, since redistricting only happens every 10 years. So who has a whole lot of redistricting experience? You're not making a career out of it if it only happens every 10 years. And anyone with experience in reapportionment could only have done it, once 10 years ago, maybe once 20 years ago. But in that case, you would be requiring people over 50 years old. And certainly since the last redistricting, I mean, what you need is, the maps to be drawn with some, GIS information and statistics, and some of the technology has definitely changed since then. And I think our county staff has kept up with that and can look into that. I also think if we did hand it off to the Planning Commission, I feel willing to wager that they would hire a consultant to do it. They've been hiring a consultant to do the other plans because they are stretched thin. So I am not going to support hiring a consultant today. If we did go that route, I think it certainly would be important that the hiring be done by us. But at this point, I would prefer it be done the way it has historically been done, the way our charter prescribes, and have it be done with us, with plenty of workshops and public hearings and data and information from our staff. So thank you.
Commissioner Hagan, you're recognized.
Thank you. Again, I'm really torn between option 3 and option 4. I do share some of Commissioner Smith's concerns, particularly with the Planning Commission. I can tell you 10 years ago, the Planning Commission wanted absolutely nothing to do with this process. It's my impression they feel the same way now, although I can't say that for certain. But I know they did not want to be involved 10 years ago. I personally believe staff is more than equipped to handle this process. Candidly, they may or may not want to, but I know that they can. I also share the concerns of Commissioner White, particularly with divided communities. My district is divided with, in Keystone, is divided with Commissioner Cohen. Forest Hills is divided with Commissioner Myers. I know Valrico and Brandon is divided with Commissioner White. So to the extent that we can correct that where that's practical, obviously I'd like to see that occur. I am concerned with the costs. I'm leaning toward option 3, but one thing I want to point out, or at least correct me if I'm wrong, option 4 says it authorizes the county attorney, but it does not direct the county administrator, but it does not direct the county administrator. So the way I interpret option 4, and Bonnie or Christine, correct me if I'm wrong, it gives them the option. If they feel that it's needed, they could bring on a consultant, but it doesn't mandate or direct them to do so. So I would like some clarification on that. All that being said, I'm still torn and kind of leaning toward 3, but that the answer to that might help sway the board. I don't know. The one request that I would have is, as we go through this process, that board members try to avoid bringing in last-minute maps. That's happened in the past, and I'm very proud to say last time, if I'm not mistaken, Commissioner Higginbotham and myself were the only 2 commissioners that did not present a map or was not involved in a map, creating a map. So, but if you're going to do it, earlier is better. Try not to do it at the last meeting that happened actually 20 years ago. Won't go into that, but again, I'm torn on it, and I don't want to kick the can down the road. But bottom line is, we don't have to make a decision today if we didn't want to. Although I think we do need to move forward as quickly as possible. And so I know I'm kind of all over the map because I am torn on it. But
Commissioner Cohen, you're recognized.
Well, it's been interesting listening to this discussion because I do think the board is all over the map, and I think that it's great that
Is that
we've had
pun intended?
Well, we are all over the map. But actually, I think that it's a good thing because it's giving us an opportunity to at least vet the issues and talk through it. You know, I find myself agreeing with a lot of what everyone has said. It would make me uncomfortable to force the county administrator to pick a consultant for this, because I think I with all due respect, and I have complete confidence in the county administrator, I don't want to put her in that position. I don't think it's appropriate. It's our responsibility, and if we're going to have a consultant, I agree with Commissioner Kemp. I think we are the ones that would have to make the choice, but we don't know what it would cost. We don't really know what the parameters would be. And I guess where I am, just to make a long story short, is I'm not really ready to make a decision yet on how I think this should be handled. I've heard what everyone had to say. I want to give it some thought. I do think it's very important to the point of not having last-minute maps that were very definitive. Perhaps we can say that at a certain point, maps are not going to be accepted for consideration anymore. I also think it's important that we give the public an opportunity to submit maps to some group of us that will vet them and figure out what's ultimately going to be advertised. I just want to also on the point that Commissioner White made about the divided communities, there's definitely a frustration that exists, I think, with the fact that certain communities are divided. And I think you could look at it 2 ways. One way is that perhaps it gives a community 2 voices where they would otherwise just have 1. So sometimes a community can use it to its advantage to have more than 1 district commissioner speaking for them. But on the other hand, to your point, it is unwieldy. And one of the things that has been frustrating for me over the past 6, 7, 8 months is that my district is very, very spread out. And to go from one end of it to the other is to sort of go through an obstacle course in a maze to get through Hillsborough County. And I think it's also fair to say that people deserve to be represented by people that are somewhat close to their neck of the woods. In a county this size, that's going to be tough, but I think we probably can do better at it than we have. So with all that, I would just really request that we not make a decision today, but recognize that we do have to make it quickly. And I'm open to really everything that's been discussed. But for me, I'd just like a little bit more time to process it, think about it. I'm sure there will be plenty of people in the community that will reach out to us between now and the time that we meet next to give us their opinions on how they think that we ought to do it.
Thank you. I think we could use at this point too a point of clarification that I'd just like to, and I guess this might be to Ms. Ferris or Ms. Beck. Since the last decade when this was done, I think there has been some change in the procedures, because the reason I cited October 10th as the final for however many maps, then we have 4 weeks of public advertising. Then we pass this, let's say in November, but there's still in our rules now, in case a map were to be pulled out at the last minute that wasn't part of the a substantial change, there is now a 28-day window in there that would require a new map to, again, go out to the public, and you have 28 days. So, and that's new, isn't it? So I don't know who wants to speak to that.
Yes, Commissioner, that was done in 2010, but I'll have Mary Helen elaborate on that.
Yes. That was done, as she said, in 2010 as a result of the 2001, when the board was at the 11th hour or the 11:45 hour and could not agree on a map. There were 2 that were advertised, but it was noticed that they could change. And Commissioner Frank came up with a map that was ultimately approved. And when Commissioner Platt was on the Charter Review Board, she wanted to have an escape valve so we wouldn't be in that situation again. So the intent of that is if you're at the final public hearing and somebody comes up with a new map, then you can re-advertise. But the intent was not that once you adopt your map, within 28 days, somebody can come up with another map.
Right.
I'm not sure if that clarifies it.
No, that, I think it does clarify that it's kind of it prevents anyone from coming up at the last minute with a new map that is passed immediately at that time. And that's the point that I was trying to have you elucidate on, or have the board, because both with the public, I think, and obviously with this board, as I read those rules, it looked like that wouldn't be what has happened in the past with regards to that wouldn't be possible any longer.
I wasn't going to say which commissioner did it, but Mary Helen did.
Okay. And we'll recognize Commissioner White.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was prepared to make a substitute motion, but with Commissioner Cohen's comment about not wanting to make a decision today, I may or may not have 4 votes. I may take a crack at it anyway. Maybe I can change Commissioner Cohen's mind about making a decision today, or maybe there are 4 votes there. And just to make it easier to follow along, when I make this motion, I'm basically going to be reading from bullet point number 3. And then I'm going to add a little bit of language to it. So I would offer a substitute motion that we utilize staff from the county administrator's office with support from the county attorney's office, and that the county administrator seek the board's approval before enlisting the services of any outside consultant. Outside consultant meaning if they feel like they need a consultant for statistical analysis purposes, anything like that, the mathematics of it.
We have a motion by Commissioner White.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Commissioner Hagan. And we'll have discussion to the motion. Commissioner Myers?
No, I had my hand up before we made the motion.
Okay.
When Commissioner Hagan raised the issue to ask either County Attorney Beck or County Administrator Wise of the motion was to authorize. That was his question, and neither one came back to give a comment on his question. We went to other comments from board members, and then I'd like to speak on that issue.
Commissioner Myers, the way I understood it was authorized as opposed to direct, so there was some flexibility there.
It is essentially, except that Commissioner White's motion is that that you would come back to us. It's kind of a combination of 1 and 3. Come back to us to approve it rather than just without returning.
And Madam Chair, if I may, that would only be if staff feels like they need an outside expert for the numbers. Our GIS folks may be just fine.
Okay. And Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
So to clarify on this motion, I was going to speak on something else, but while we're on this motion, can we, I would want to make clear that any consultant is just like you say for data and GIS. I'm not sure. Can you explain?
Ms. Beck, that's definitely my legislative intent. If you can offer any assistance there in how to phrase the motion, my legislative intent would be that any consultant would be strictly for purposes of data analysis, statistical analysis, the numbers of it, the mathematics of the process.
Yeah, I think the intent that I'm hearing is you're not looking for any partisan type of influence or anything that would be anything more than assisting in a technical matter to help present the information to the board.
That's right. The legislative intent is that Ms. Wise and her staff, with the support of your office, would prepare proposed maps for the board, but I recognize that the mathematics of this can be pretty complex. I mean, it's not, it's not high school level math, so if
Ms. Wise is a Mahjong champion.
Yes, and I look, Ms. Wise has a finance degree. I know that she, understands math and, is probably just fine with this. But yes, the legislative intent would be that any consultant, if necessary, would only be for technical support with respect to.
And if I may follow up, and any such consultant hire would be brought to us to authorize.
Right. The way I initially stated the motion is that the county administrator would seek the board's approval before enlisting the services of any outside consultant in the process.
Okay. I can support that.
All right, we have others that would like to talk and. Okay, I just want to ask a question about the motion. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know if they might have questions too. I wasn't sure. Commissioner Hagan.
So in my mind, Commissioner White's substitute motion is for the most part the same as Commissioner Myers, with the exception of she would have to come back to seek approval from us on the consultant. So they have the ability, but they have to come back in front of us to get approval. That's the only difference, right?
That's right. With emphasis on the idea that that's only if staff feels that any sort of a consultant is necessary, which may not be the case.
Okay, thank you.
And Commissioner Myers.
Thank you, Commissioner Hagan, because that was my question. But if we really look at the motion that I made, it is simply asking for the authority of the county administrator and the county attorney's office. If a consultant is hired, they are going to assist staff. That is the motion. So I just want to be clear. I mean, I know we've been all over the place, but I wanted to bring us back specifically is that the consultant is still going to work with staff on this issue.
Thank you. Commissioner Overman.
So I think what we now have is two motions that are in agreement to some extent. I see the clarification I hear in Commissioner White's motion, or is an amended motion or a substitute motion. is the idea of the technical expertise that's necessary for creating the maps. And I can appreciate that. However, that doesn't address the issue that you have brought up prior regarding neighborhoods and communities. And I think it is important for us to recognize the neighborhood and community element of it. So would that be in line with what you were describing in your clarification, sir?
Yeah, I think my motion's probably being made more complex than it really is. My motion is that this would absolutely belong to Ms. Wise and her staff, and that Ms. Wise and her staff would draw proposed maps for this board. Now, as they start analyzing the numbers and how to make those numbers fit into 4 districts, they might feel like they need the expertise of an outside consultant. To your point, you know, how do we get communities back together to the greatest extent possible when you're trying to fit those numbers into those scenarios? Because you have to have the county divided into 4 single-member districts. That could involve some technical expertise. But I would like for the intent for the second part of the motion is just that if staff finds themselves in a place where that's necessary, that they bring an item to the board and seek our approval, let us know what sort of expertise they feel like they need, who do they seek to hire, that sort of thing. And Commissioner Cohen, I meant to say earlier that I really like your analysis of the idea that communities can potentially have 2 or even 3 voices in some scenarios. That's I've never thought about it from that angle, but nevertheless, though, I do know that it's been bothersome to some communities that they feel like they've been sliced right in half among county commission districts in some cases. And look, I'm nearly 100% confident that we're not going to be able to fully solve that problem because you're trying to fit numbers into 4 districts and you only have so much leeway. I'm just saying to the greatest extent possible, we should honor those community boundaries.
And Commissioner Cohen, I didn't mean to cut you off before, but I was, yeah.
So the difference I saw between the 2 motions is that you narrowed it. The concern I had with the larger motion is that a consultant would draw the maps, period. Mm-hmm. And I think this narrows it to say that the expertise has to be extremely technical and that we have to approve whoever does it. I have another question now. Would the county be required to accept maps from the public to evaluate? Would we be open to allowing the public to make submissions? And how would those be evaluated?
Good question.
This is Mary Helen, if you don't mind me jumping in. In the past, the public did not submit maps. As the board has discussed, you've got 1 person, 1 vote, you've got retrogression, you've got census tracts. It's highly, highly technical to abide by all the rules. What we did do, however, is accept comments from folks if they had a comment on, I don't like that my neighborhood is split, or I'd rather see this district go down to Apollo Beach, things of that nature, but they did not submit maps in the past. It was just comments, and then we took those comments under advisement, as did the board.
And to what degree would the board be participating with the staff in terms of the process?
Good question.
Well, we will be coming back to the board, and what we can do is tell you, here's the meetings. We usually have 1 in each district in the evening. And the board will be updated totally, and it will be transparent on the meetings, and all of that will be readily available to any commissioner that would like to have that information. So we will keep you totally apprised of everything that's going on.
Oh, okay, I guess where I'm headed with this is I don't want to see us in October be given 3 choices and some of us say, I'm sorry, I don't like any of these. And then be under a time crunch of having to make a decision because we can't get it done before the end of the year with these advertising parameters. So, you know, the reason I'm hesitant is just because, not because I don't necessarily think this is the way to go, but I don't know that we've thought through all of the possible ramifications once we sort of, you know, start this process where it's gonna finally end up. I understand the concern in the past that things have been sprung at the last minute, but I would want to avoid the other thing, which is getting to a point when the clock is running out where we can't all agree. So, you know, that's why I'm, where I see this is that it becomes a totally staff-driven process, basically, and it's you know, bound to be dicey, I guess. Yeah.
I would just like to ask for clarification. I know it would be unusual, but members of the public could submit maps, correct? There's no prohibition or bar from that?
No, it wouldn't be illegal for somebody to submit a map. I mean, they could do that if they want to. We just want to make sure our process is vetted, that anything that we submit to the board or to the public meets the criteria that are imposed on the redistricting maps.
And any board member could bring in a map, correct?
Correct.
Is that right?
I mean, I'm just asking. Yeah. That's what I understand it to be, and I just want to clarify that because it's been raised.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that any member of the public, any board member, anyone can do that. I mean, it doesn't mean that this board would adopt it or, you know, that it would be, you know, but it's not a prohibition. It's not, that's why I'm responding to your staff-driven as if that could only be the maps that are generated. And, you know, I just wanted to be clear that that wasn't the case. And okay, with that, Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Yes, thanks. And because we may be directing staff or a consultant right here, I'm going to, and because it's come up a few times. First of all, certainly anybody can bring forward a map. And in fact, I believe at each of the last couple of occasions, Commissioner Beckner provided a map. Commissioner Pat Frank certainly did provide a map. And just because that history has been brought up, I will refine it by telling you that and talking about dividing the communities and the importance of keeping communities intact as much as we can. I'll tell you that in, I guess it was 2001 when Commissioner Frank brought that last-minute map that turned out to divide Ruskin in half at that point. The Ruskin community had not participated. Well, we'd gone to the public meetings and we talked about it, but we didn't bother coming to the final hearing because all the maps that we had seen left us intact. There was no reason for us to drive to Tampa and park and come and wait our turn to speak at a public hearing. It didn't affect us. And then we woke up in the morning and saw in the newspaper the district had split Ruskin in half. And so I myself went to the Charter Review Board that had Jan Platt on it, also had Shelley Reback on it. I think Edith Stewart was on it. And the chair and the discussion was they were leaning towards leaving this as it was because of the time element that and they weren't facing they didn't envision facing such a strict time element, but they were thinking about leaving it as it was, and I talked them into changing their mind. The chair was a gentleman whose name escapes me. He said, you know, young lady, this was a long time ago, you've changed my mind. And so that's, because of that, and what I talked about and what Jan Platt was able to confirm at the time was, although there are positives of having more than one district commissioner to go to, there's serious negatives, and certainly the community should be involved in discussing whether those impacts, because at that time, Morescan was about 10,000 people, for example. Well, it makes a difference if you're a 10,000 voting block in one commissioner's district, or if you're just 5,000 here and 5,000 there. It makes a difference. And there's the practical concerns. I remember Commissioner Platt agreeing with me on this, that now you have to go talk with two different commissioners because you can't talk to them at the same time because of sunshine when you've got district issues. And so I think it's really important to do, as we're directing whoever, staff, consultants, whatever process we do, I feel that it's very important that we try as much as possible to keep communities with similar interests and concerns together in this process. The District 1 ended up with, South Tampa being in the same district as Ruskin is widely divergent concerns and issues, and kind of odd. So I just want to explain that and help with the discussion that dividing communities is something that I think we should seek to avoid as much as possible, understanding it's not going to be possible to do that perfectly in this county. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. And I'll say that because I was an aide in District 1 back in 2003 and 4, that it wasn't as it is now. It stopped at Linebaugh Road. It took in Town and Country. So it wasn't, and it was a little more wider in the south part. So it wasn't as exaggerated and extreme as it is now, which, was done in 2010. So that was a change that was made at that time. But it is, even then, it was not very compact. But with that, Ms. Wise, I know you wanted to just speak to the board.
Yes, and I apologize, my hand isn't working. I just wanted to let you all know, regardless of however we go, we will have the proper public meetings, we will get this done, and we will get it done in that time period. So we have very capable staff. If we need some technical expertise, then maybe we can bring that back. But I did want to assure you that we will make this happen.
Okay. And Commissioner Hagan, you're recognized.
Okay, and I'll be real quick. Again, I share the concerns of several of the commissioners regarding divided communities, and we certainly want to avoid what happened years ago in Temple Terrace, when I think they had 3 Congress members represent them, so we want to avoid that. But I am comfortable moving forward today. However, I think to address some of Commissioner Cohen's concerns, we should have another board discussion on specifics and any unintended consequences and things that we just haven't been able to digest today. So I think we should probably do that at our next meeting, just kind of walk through some more of this stuff. And I think in the past, again, I'll be on record, I did not submit any map. I wasn't involved in any maps, but I think what happened was individual commissioners worked with staff behind the scenes to create whatever maps they did or whatever ideas. They shared their ideas with staff. So I think that's how that worked last time. But I'm comfortable moving forward today, but let's definitely have another discussion on some of do a deeper dive on some of these issues.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Wise says that she can accommodate whatever we need to hit that deadline. So with that, there's no further discussion at this time. So we have a motion by Commissioner White, seconded by Commissioner Hagan. Commissioner Myers?
Could we have at our next meeting to continue the discussion, which is August 4th is our next meeting, because then we hit August 16th. I'm just want to bring that to our attention.
you know, I think that we could put that on our next agenda for other items. Okay. And seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Substitute motion.
Substitute motion. I'm sorry, substitute motion by Commissioner White. Motion by Commissioner White, seconded by Commissioner Hagan. Substitute motion.
Motion carried 6-1. Commissioner Myers voted no.
Madam Chair, may I be recognized?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Wise, do you think you can have a staff report for the G section of the agenda ready for the next meeting with your just overarching plans? I know that you might not have a lot of specifics developed by then, but just general plans and timeline, and that could be the jumping off point for the discussion that Commissioners Hagan and Myers brought up.
We could do that. It probably won't make it by the agenda deadline, so we may have to submit it a little bit late, but yes.
Okay. If unless the board thinks otherwise, I think that would be the appropriate jumping off point for those discussions. Okay.
I almost assumed that every meeting we were practically going to have, you know, some issues with regards to this. It's just a short time period. And with that,
Can I make a comment?
I'm sorry.
Sorry?
Did you want to make a comment to this?
Yeah, question to this.
Commissioner Overman.
Thank you. I also would like to get a good understanding of what our outreach will look like. I think it's critically important that we do a little more than we oftentimes do when it comes to transportation or other related issues. This, you know, this is a sort of affect your daily life representation type of thing. So if there's a way to utilize, you know, our facilities or Parks and Rec or library sources for distributing the information, I'd like to see if there's a way we could explore a broader outreach than we typically do when we do preparation for public hearings. So if that could come back at the next meeting as well, that would be great. Thank you.
And with that, we're concluded here, correct? We have no other further items.
Right, just future discussion items.
Okay, future discussion
items. And just as a
items.
reminder, John Mueller is here if you have questions, or he has a few minutes to just tell you about the improvements to the boardroom.
Wow, this is really filling up. Do you want to hear about the changes to the boardroom first? We'll do that for, go ahead. Behind that plexiglass.
I will be brief. Good afternoon, Commissioners. John Mueller, Director of Facility Management and Real Estate Services, and I'll be providing you a brief update on the changes and protocols which will allow for the option of the public to provide comment from inside the boardroom, at upcoming BOCC regular meetings. I would also note that beginning with the last BOCC regular meeting on June 26, an option was provided within County Center itself for public comment that was located on the first floor lobby at the multipurpose room. Staff is prepared to support comment from 3 locations: the boardroom, the multipurpose room, as I mentioned, and online for those who wish to participate virtually. With social distancing, you can see behind me that the public seating capacity is reduced to 23 within the boardroom. There is also an additional 24 seats available in the multipurpose room. We've arranged those seats in pods of 2 or 4 to allow for flexibility with households and people traveling together. Additional scrubbers with UVC disinfection have been placed alongside podiums such as this one, hand sanitizer, so that when people are speaking, we have that protection in place. We'll ask all public to check in downstairs at the multipurpose room by a 9 a.m. deadline for comment the day of the meeting. Our staff will be there and be prepared to assist with flow in or out of the boardroom. We've also designated 2 areas in the rear of the boardroom, if you notice, to my left and my right, which will allow for 6 media personnel. Currently, With 20 or less staff, face coverings or masks are not required by vaccinated staff. With return of the public, there is the option to either require the mask or face coverings for all, or strongly encourage those who are not vaccinated to wear a mask. This is why we have placed the additional scrubbers by the podium, as well as the plexiglass, and maintaining the space seating to ensure that those measures are in place for whichever option is implemented. At the county administrator's option, staff can either present items virtually or, as requested, as Ms. Wise did of me, to enter the boardroom now to present. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Thank you for that update, and we'll let you know. I'll just say for the record, I'm very concerned about the Delta variant, and for, I think I think all the commissioners probably know that in Manatee County, just within the last month, that small department, the IT department there, with 6 people, I think, or 6, were exposed. They didn't have a mask rule in Manatee County at the time, and 4 of the 2 vaccinated people did not get COVID. The 4 unvaccinated did, and 2 staff people in their 50s died, and 2 of the 4 were hospitalized as well, one in their 30s. So that's tragic, and it is still out there. It's still virulent, and we still have to be mindful. So thank you for all the work you've done to keeping us safe.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair, I was actually in the queue for future discussion items about this topic. So can I go ahead and take Mr. Mueller up on his offer for questions? And I guess some of these may be directed at Ms. Wise. So at the next meeting, we're going to allow in-person participation in the boardroom, correct? With the alternatives also available?
Correct. So people will have the option. They could still remain virtual, or they could participate in the boardroom.
Okay.
There'll be a sign-up process that will allow them to choose either.
I've spoken with someone along the way about maybe keeping the virtual option for public comment around in perpetuity. And just for anyone that's watching the meeting, I don't want you to misunderstand me. I'm not saying instead of in-person communication or addressing the board in person, but in addition to having the ability to address the board in person here at County Center. You know, I like that idea. You know, when I think of my constituents in Fort Lonesome, Commissioner Hagan probably, you know, has constituents up in the far stretches of Keystone and whatnot. It's difficult for some of those folks to get to downtown Tampa to address the board. So, you know, I would like to, you know, ask that we consider keeping that option around in perpetuity, in addition to in-person participation here at the board meetings.
And I will tell you as chair, when it's been asked to me as we move on this about what to do here, and I've very strongly expressed, and what has been said back to me is that, I mean, that we are going to keep it as a permanent option, because I agree with you. Like, it's sometimes really enhanced participation and certainly makes it easier in many ways. So we can offer downstairs for someone to participate virtually now, but, you know, they can come into the boardroom as well. Or, you know, I could even imagine perhaps making that virtual option available publicly. For instance, if there's a land use meeting and it's a big issue in Waimama or something like that, you know, where at least get closer. So I think there's a lot of support for doing that.
Yeah. Well, I think it's past time that we have participation here in the boardroom. I'd like to see staff return to the boardroom. You know, it's your staff, Ms. Wise. This is just a suggestion, but you might suggest that if you're going to have your staff participate in person, that they come into the boardroom after the public comment portion, so that we have plenty of seats available for those that wish to participate during public comment at the board meetings, because a lot of folks will go ahead and leave after they make their comments. So just a thought there, but it sounds like we're all pretty well on the same page.
I actually like that staff participate virtually as well. With that, I guess I think all of these were up for future items rather than this discussion. Is that true? Yours to this. Okay. Commissioner Overman.
Thank you, Chair. And actually, Commissioner White, I appreciate your comments as well. I do look forward to have a continued option of being able to attend virtually, because it does physically make it possible for more people to participate. So I was hoping that that would be an ongoing option. But I will share with you, I recently had the opportunity when we had Meeting Free Week and following the FAC conference, had an opportunity to go to, Disney. And their policy was, if you're not been vaccinated, wear a mask. And having a child with me, I asked this child to wear a mask as much as we possibly could, even outdoors, because we ended up standing in line with individuals who knew those rules, who still entered the park and continued to not wear a mask when they were not vaccinated. So my question, and just maybe I missed it in terms of what our policy is. So someone coming into the building that chooses to participate in public comment, that is wanting to participate, that is not vaccinated, is required to wear a mask. Is that the way the language works, or help me understand exactly so that the public is very clear what the anticipation is?
So they would be strongly encouraged, but this is why we have the room capacity at the minimum level and we have the distancing. So we're following CDC guidelines on distancing or wearing a mask, and that is why we have the additional scrubbers in the room for the air and the protection.
Okay.
So.
Thank you very much, because that is important, and I recognize that sometimes people just don't follow the rules. But it does put our employees, our staff, and other citizens at risk. So, yes, highly encouraged or recommended is important. But that's why it's also so valuable to have the virtual option, so that if mask wearing is a problem for anyone, they can always participate in the meeting without being concerned in the event that they're not vaccinated. So thank you.
Commissioner Hagan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm deeply concerned with Waste Connection service impacts over the last few months. Simply put, the service is getting worse by the day. They service nearly 40% of unincorporated Hillsborough in my district and Commissioner White's. According to our solid waste department, their service failures are on a steep decline. I would characterize it that we're at a crisis point. In May, their total missed households were 50,000. In June, 77,000. First 12 days of July at 76,818. Yesterday alone, they missed 31,784 pickups, including mine. And to add insult to injury, this is happening as residents are receiving notices of a rate increase. So I'm going to ask staff at the next meeting if they can report back on the service history the last 3 months, including any recourse we have, including a claim against their surety bond and possible debarment. I also would like to have consideration of any additional options we have to correct the problem. But this is bad. This is real bad. Thank you.
Commissioner Cohen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A number of months ago, we received a memorandum from the staff related to the PACE ordinance. And the memorandum had to do with some additional consumer protections that the staff had outlined would be possible if we wanted to go ahead and reinstate that program. And what I wanted to do was make a motion or ask for it to be brought back to us for discussion at one of our upcoming meetings, so that we can actually vet that proposal that was written and determine whether or not it's something we want to move forward with in the future. I don't know if I needed to make a motion to have that brought back, or if I can just ask for it to be brought back at our next regular meeting or whenever it's practicable.
Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you. And with the current red tide devastation of fish and sea life in Tampa Bay, I believe the number is up to 600 tons of dead fish there pulling out of the bay over on the St. Pete side. But with the understanding that the killing, the record-breaking death of manatees because of starvation from sea grass that is shaded out by blue-green algae was happening before Piney Point and before the hurricane blew in red tide. I think that the time is right to bring forward another item, and I've been talking with staff about this, and I just wanted you all to know that I'll be bringing a commissioner item to our next meeting in August 4th, so you understand the direction that I'm going to ask the board at that time to direct staff to explore the possibilities and bring us back a draft ordinance regulating fertilizer similar to the ordinances that are already in place in the city of Tampa, St. Pete, and Pinellas County, regulating fertilizer just in the rainy season, just like they do, like many other counties do, because this is a way we can join our neighbors around Tampa Bay to work together, reducing the polluting fertilizer that is rinsing into the bay with every summer rain, and actually fertilizes red tide and blue-green algae that is contributing to these problems, both of which are becoming bigger and bigger problems in our bay. And so, I just wanted to advise you all that I'm working on that and will be bringing that back. And I want to be clear ahead of time that these ordinances completely exempt agriculture. It's always statutorily mandated to exempt any agriculture, any way, shape, or form. We're talking about much more the homeowner fertilizer application that really does no good to the lawn in the first place, because it's all being washed off into the bay in the rainy season. So I'll be working with staff if you all have things to contribute to that ahead of time or then. Just wanted to let you know.
I feel like a drum roll. Commissioner White, you have the last word.
Yeah, I thought of an issue during the discussion about folks returning to the boardroom. I'd like to request, it would probably be out of Ms. Beck's shop, that you bring to the board recommendations on any changes to our board policies related to virtual participation in public comment. So just for example, right now I'm looking at Rule 26 of our Rules of Order. That might, be tweaked a bit, to recognize that we're going to allow for virtual participation. There may be others as well, but that's just one example that I'm thinking of.
Yes,
if you and your staff would do a review of that and bring recommendations, can't even talk today, recommendations to the board, recommended changes to the board, that would be much appreciated.
Will do.
And with that, seeing no further comments, our meeting is adjourned.